Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Look who it is. What's up, guys? Hello, yo. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Hello. That's right. Oh, need some light. That's better. That's better. There we go. Hey guys, what's going on, man? How was your weekend? Who played D&D all weekend? Because I sure didn't. Yeah. I haven't played D&D in so long, man. I'm just making D&D. Do you know how tragic this is? Do you know how unfortunate?
Howdy all, lurking while working. Speakers on.
God damn it. Steve, I was so proud the timer went below 96 minutes. I was gonna say how happy I was, but you know what? Thank you for the tier 2 for 8 months. Holy shit, Steve, I appreciate that. Please enjoy your working today. You know, it is Tuesday, so I am disappointed that you're not taking an 8-day weekend, but you know, what can I say? I don't run the world. I don't make the rules. You played D&D Atari? Well, god damn it. At least one of us did. I was doing some writing. It was kind of like sort of like vicarious D&D through my own writing, almost like I was playing D&D with myself, because well, you know, that's what happens when you get older, right? No, come on, man. Come on, I gotta get the party back together. I gotta get the group. I gotta get the homies to sit in the same room and play some Dungeons and Dragons. But I did a lot of work over the weekend, man. Oh my god, this big project that I'm working on has been unbelievable. That and everything else. Holy fuck. Alf, dude, holy shit. Thank you for the tier 3 for a year, bro. Thank you, Alf. God damn, man. I missed you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you around, dude. Thank you for the lurk, Alf. Thank you for the tier 3 for a full fucking year, man. God damn, bro. But super secret big project is going well. It is funny how everything stacks on top of itself as far as work and difficulty and challenges and stress, because, you know, just the early part of the year with being sick and then, you know, all the stuff to do with the scans for baby, and then into immediate just crunch time work mode. I'm looking forward to a hopefully very fucking chill March. That's gonna be the plan. All right, we're gonna chill out in March, and we're gonna actually just do some world building and stuff all day, every day. We're gonna call it World Building March, in fact, where we're gonna build a new part of the world every day for every stream, or something like that. We'll still see if we're still Orbathoning at that point in time. But today we've got some very important projects. Today we've got 2 very, very important things to get to. All right, the first thing that's important is we have a character for Brooklyn the Bard to do today, so I'm very much looking forward to that. We're gonna do her an expanded version of her character Addie, so that's gonna be cool. Also we have some belts to do, because is there not anything that I am more well known for than belts? I can't talk about super big project all that much because, you know, NDAs and shit, excuse me. But I was drawing belts this morning before stream. I got home from the gym, took a little bit of a short workout, getting up extra early, going to the gym extra earlier, shorter workout. I've been working for the last like hour and a half or 2 hours, just drawing shit. And I was drawing belts, and I was like, you know what? I did say to Duria that today would be the day that we're going to draw our belts. And actually, Alf would probably be interested in this as well, because Alf has also thrown enough subs to get the belt cards. But anyway, it's going to be fun. It's going to be kind of a dumb meme thing. But either way, we got to do a cancelably hot tiefling for Brooklyn. We got to do some belts for Duria. It's going to be a busy week, man. I feel I'm getting a lot of work done. I feel very productive. I feel like an efficient, actualized human, you know? Trying to be competent over here. It's working. I don't know. Maybe it's all the electrolytes and caffeine this morning or something along those lines. Session reports are in Eldar development mood. Excellent. I'll be reading those after stream today or tomorrow, so thank you, Atari. I always appreciate those. Played D&D this weekend. Addie had some crazy knowledge passed on to her from basically a god stuck in a time stasis waiting for her. Waiting for Addie. Really? Really? Oh, shit, dude. Okay. All right. I see. We got some divine powers happening here for our homegirl. Look, I'm not worried about it at all. Okay? I'm sure Addie will be fine. I'm sure she will be blessed with divine knowledge and not in a Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of way. That's not what we're looking for in our D&D with divine knowledge, but you know. And good morning, Cass. Good to see you. I hope that the market went well, right? I think it was a market that we did this weekend, Cass.
Nice. Looks
I don't know.
like him ready for the Tieflings
Good.
and the Belts.
Good. You know, honestly, Rob, first of all, Rob, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you for extending the ORBATHON for however long that extends the ORBATHON, and for contributing to the first thing in the morning hype train. Thanks, Rob. Who says Tieflings? Because I grew up with a guy who said Tieflings, and I always think about him when I think about Tieflings. He would always pronounce words weird. I don't know why. I just can't get over the Tiefling one. You know, that's still one we meme about in D&D to this day. Vending at a chicken show. Hold on. What is a chicken show, and what kind of vending is there to do at a chicken? Like, are you selling chickens? Like, did you have a bunch of chickens to sell? That's the most fucking rural shit I've heard in this stream since Stimpack was in here a month ago telling me about Saskatchewan, okay? That's pretty intense. I'm impressed, though. That was autocorrect? Oh, I thought you were mocking the way that people pronounce Tiefling on the internet. Either way, I thought it was funny. Selling stickers and earrings my friend made, but there were chickens for sale. Oh, okay, cool. So it's like kind of like a market, like a little. That's cool. That's actually pretty rad. I don't know. I like little events and markets like that. They're always kind of fun and cool to be at. But just a chicken show in general, I just find to be an interesting concept. I don't know. You can buy chickens for so inexpensive. There's a part of me that like wants to go get some property, you know, out far away from the city, like further away than I am, and just get like chickens and stuff, man. Just get chickens. Like how hard is it to take care of like how many if I want to eat a couple of eggs every day, how many chickens do I need? Like 5? Like 6 maybe? If I have 6 chickens, do I at least get 2 eggs a day? You know? And then how much work and how expensive is it to raise chickens? And how much space they need? Because I think it'd be cool. You get a little chicken pen, you know? I don't know what you'd throw in there. Food scraps and shit and chicken feed and whatever. And then you just have eggs every day, dude. That sounds kind of wild, actually. I don't know. It sounds like a good time. Chickens compete against each other and the breed standard for whatever breed they are. Oh, it's like a best in show. Oh, it's like a dog show for chickens. The tallest, fluffiest plumage chicken wins. That's cool, dude. That actually is kind of rad. Like, what's the super fancy chicken? The Fabergé chicken or whatever it's called, with the big fancy feathers, because those things are rad. I kind of want to add them to Eldar, but make them dire, you know? Because of the breed, age, and time of year. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So apparently we is this like a sorry to hear you of winter in Canada, so you don't get chickens in the winter kind of thing? Because I could see that. You know, when it gets cold as shit, I wouldn't do shit if I was a chicken and I was left outside. So, oh man, maybe his life isn't for me. Maybe I'll just continue to go to the farmer's market and buy eggs from other people who are willing to do that shit. I go through a lot of eggs, dude. I go through a lot of eggs and a lot of egg whites every day. The last couple weeks, you know. It's kind of intense. So, Sabine, hello, dude. Yo. Good morning, Sabine. How you doing, Sabine? I knew it felt more correct opinioned in here. I don't know. I was like, is it just weirdly correct opinions about D&D in here? You know, I just kind of felt it, but that makes sense because you got here then briefly before that. So, thanks for the 9-1 sub, Sabine. I appreciate it. Good morning. Make friends with somebody with chickens because they get overrun with eggs so easily. Really, the thing is though, where I live, so I live outside of the city a little bit, but The problem is that the city that I live close to, Calgary, Alberta, there's a lot of farming around it. But you see, it's very close to the mountains. So Calgary and the Rocky Mountains of Canada, I live in between that shit. All right, around that area, like pretty close to the mountains. And the problem is, you go to the north, south, or east of the city of Calgary, and it's immediate farms, man. You just get farms, fucking ranchers, everything. You want chickens, you got communities, you got range roads, all that. But when you go west out of Calgary, there's no farms. There's just rich people homes on massive properties. And you're like, that's not fun. That's not farms. Nobody has chickens out there. They just have giant riding mower-sized yards. Okay. And then once you get past that, then you get to forest. Dense forest and foothills. And then when you get past that, you get the Morley and other bands, I forget what the other ones are, reserves. I think Stony Nakota. But native reserves out there, right? And so I live fairly close to all that and kind of intermingle in there. So I don't have the benefits of living right in the smack dab center of the city. So you'd think, oh, Evan, you live outside the city, so there's bound to be people with chickens around you, but not where I live, unfortunately, because of all the damn rich peoples and forests. So, and grizzly bears. There's a grizzly bear out here recently, man. That shit was scary, bro. I didn't see it, but I didn't see that shit, but I done heard about it. So I don't know. I don't really know anyone who has chickens out here. Maybe I can find somebody. One of the biggest problems chickens keepers have is too many eggs. Really, that's actually not a bad problem to have. I would demolish that issue, that problem, if I had the opportunity to, because I spend a lot of money on eggs, you know. Eggs that I buy are like, I don't know, almost $1 per egg Canadian, right? Because I buy good eggs. I ain't feeding subpar eggs to my pregnant wife, all right? So I buy the good eggs. I don't go get the fucking Costco shit. I get the shitty egg whites for me because, like, who cares about me? But when we're buying eggs, we're buying the good eggs, so that Ella is feeding baby well, and then whatever. But still, it's expensive, so I would fucking kill to not have to spend, you know, I don't know, $50 a month on that shit. You get through eggs so fast. Exactly, right? I don't know. They're kind of the main send for me recently. And also, I am happy to report I'm less allergic to eggs now. That's right, because I'm allergic to raw egg, if you could believe that. So cookie dough, raw eggs, they'd always make me itchy and whatever. And so I said, fuck this. I'm tired of eating my eggs bone ass dry. So I started eating my eggs a little bit more undercooked, more and more. And now I can eat eggs that are runny and delicious without breaking out into a terrible anaphylactic reaction. So who says you can't overpower an allergy? Whoever they were wrong. Eat peanuts, kids. Wait, no, shit. Don't listen to me. All right. We have many things to get to today. I'm gonna bounce around a little bit. We got some character design. We got some belts. And I think maybe we talk about our little bard Addie. That's right, Addie. Graceful, musical, courageous, and mighty. An adventurer seeking her fortune and wealth beyond coin. That's right. For Addie seeks a wealth immeasurable, one of meaning, one of adventure, the fine things in life that cannot be purchased with gold and gems, although Addie certainly loves gold and gems. Let's not get it twisted. A bardress enchanting under the moonlight, a tiefling of fell origins, but with a beauty and grace that would fool you just for a moment into thinking she was secretly divine. That's right. Femininity and power wrapped in a small firebrand package. And so, today, I have been offered the distinct honor of capturing this character for Brooklyn. Now, I will say that Brooklyn is one of my favorite people that I've ever done any work for, because there is a thing about the way people talk about characters that can pull you in and inspire you. Sometimes you get a lot of, and I'm not knocking in my clients that do or don't do or whatever, but a lot of times you get very like to the point, matter of fact, boom, this is my character, whatever, and that's fine. I can work with that. Sometimes clients will describe to me things that happened in the game that they thought was fun. That's the cool stories. And I don't have a problem with getting cool storied for D&D, because cool stories in D&D are D&D. Now, my tolerance for being cool storied in D&D is probably higher than most, but lower than it should be, because I worked at a game store for so long. So all I got was fucking cool stories. And then you're on stream and you get a lot of cool stories. So cool stories are less cool for me, but I still try, and when I'm listening to somebody telling me about why their character is so fucking badass, I let that kind of pull me in a little bit. So those are two different styles of characters, but there's a style of communicating character that goes beyond it. Now, if you've listened to the words and speakings of a man by the name of Rick Rubin, a music producer that those of you in the hip hop culture would know, and other subgenres of music, Rick Rubin's a really interesting guy. He talks about creativity and the creative. He talks about the art. He talks about creating art that you like, creating art that speaks to people, your own experience, and how to sort of channel that, and why to channel that, and why to not think about how you want to communicate necessarily beyond the honesty of the person. And so there's a type of client that I very rarely have that is the person that kind of speaks on that wavelength. Somebody who talks about the experience of the character. In a very short little, conversation, blurb, text, whatever, Discord chat, they can tell me a lot about the character. Brooklyn's one of those people. It's an interesting I don't know, it's an interesting gift that I'm always very like alert to whenever I hear somebody that's like, oh shit, wait, they're talking about the character in, an experiential way. I think that's really fun. So I really love drawing Addie the first time, where Brooklyn trusted me with a portrait for our young Bardress. But today, Brooklyn has once again entrusted me with her character, and so I think that we'll be drawing Addie with the instrument that Brooklyn described to me to that brought out the most amount of inspiration, which was the harp. I think the harp is really cool. I haven't been able to draw a harp. And there's something mythological, enchanting, feminine, and beautiful about a harp, and I don't know necessarily what it is. It might be the place in mythology that harps have been, pulled from, but when harp was an option, I thought that was really, really fucking cool. So you see a distinct lack of belts? Oh boy. And that's what we're gonna fix today, Cal. That's exactly what we're gonna fix today. Okay, there is a unforgivable lack of belts today on this character. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna belt her up. We're also gonna do some belts for the belt cards, the belt rewards, which we're gonna need to consult Aduria, who I think is maybe the belt keeper of the guild, if he gets here today. So we are getting another hot Brooklyn PC request, yes, Sabine. So, and now I'm also trying to be tasteful, because look, if I drew Addie as hot as Brooklyn would have had me, I wouldn't have been able to post her on fucking TikTok. So I fucking banned on YouTube or some shit. Flagged. So we're gonna do what I do best, which is my best. I'm not recording yet, but thank you. I have to be very careful about recordings, because I don't know why, but my recordings are way larger than they were before. I have no idea why, since I reinstalled OBS and everything, and I have no idea how to fix it. Tried to change my outputs, hasn't worked. And also, for big project, I have around, I'm going to say 90 hours of work that I need to do for it by the end of the month. And that's okay. I'm going to be able to do it. It's going to be fucking rad. But it means that I'm recording the whole thing. And so I'm just filling up my hard drive with this shit. So you're gonna be cool and normal. All right. Cool. Yeah. Brooklyn, that's sick. Brooklyn, does Addy have any weaponry? I was thinking about, you know, dagger on the belt. I always like giving characters, regardless of what class or whatever, magic or not. I always like giving them the dagger on the belt because I feel like that's a general adventurer's tool. But is there any other like things or whatever, you know, that we can add, any sort of other armors and weapons? Quincy, hello, dude. It is, dude. I was recording I was recording our boy this morning, and I realized that I needed to actually move stuff over, like a bunch of videos over to my my SSD, so I can make room for oh my god, there's a lot of stuff to record. Oh jeez. Yeah, he's so handsome, man. I'm trying to make him as handsome as I can for you. So, might have to request a full body portrait later this year for Vesper or my new upcoming PC. Now, listen, I will happily draw a full portraiture of Vesper for you, Sabine. It would be my distinct honor. But the way you've been talking about Vesper, I'm at least 38% convinced that I'm just gonna end up drawing a grungly like a tree gremlin at a certain point in time based on how you're describing this adventure to be going. So we'll see in a couple of weeks, in a couple of months, you know, what the state of Vesper is gonna be in from where I drew her before to now, because it sounds like she's going through some transformations. All right, there's that too. So but yes, so we're gonna do our best for Addy today, Brooklyn. We're gonna take a brief belt interlude. Does she use weapons? No. Would she still have a dagger in her belt for the looks? Of course she would. Excellent. Okay, good. Because I wasn't sure if there was like a sword or a staff or something like that, or a pimped out diamond cane. You never know. Sometimes cane blade, or perchance tiefling tail blade. That's underrated, I think. A lot of, well, here's the thing, the tail blade I think is underrated, but in my personal opinion the tiefling tail flail is actually where it's at. But I'm not gonna push any of my own impressions here upon your character, so I don't want to Quincy, I'm so excited, dude. I'm oh my god. I'm so motivated. I'm so locked in the zone, dude. Big project. Okay, so Addy, what do we know about her? Let's go back to the description real quick so that we have a general idea of what details we need to keep in and what details we don't. Instead of brass knuckles, it's a brass stabby tail. That's a phenomenal way of referring to it. Yes, exactly. Okay, orders not complete. Brooklyn the Bard. View details. Okay. Typical outfit includes a corset over the wait. Okay, wait. She's a curvy girl. We gotta get some hips in there. Typical outfits includes a corset over an off-the-shoulder blouse, skirts hitched up to show some leg because she's hot like that, and heeled boots in addition to wearing necklaces, earrings, and horn jewelry. She also wears jewelry on her hands and wrists. In fact, one of her jewelry pieces is a hand chain that is a magic item. Overall, her look is very feminine and a bit extra. If you feel so inclined to draw her with an instrument, she most often plays the violin, the lute, or the harp. You're welcome to pick whichever you would enjoy drawing the most, but if you'd rather me choose, just let me know. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. we're looking forward to it. So we got to make sure we're layering our skirts. We got to make sure we put that corset tucked in there. You know, no exposed midriff on her. She's a decent lady and would never, ever be caught dead showing belly button off for free. So, we're gonna try and reference that same off the shoulder blouse that we did for her other portrait. And I don't know, man, we're just gonna jewel her up and just make her, as Brooklyn said, extra. So lots of ribbons, and I don't know, man. I'm kind of like half inspired by like the dancers from Final Fantasy 14. So it's gonna be interesting. I was thinking about like belly dancers and the dancer from class from Final Fantasy 14, a couple of other things. So we're gonna do our very best today to ensure that Brooklyn is perfectly happy and satisfied with the character at the end of all this. Penguin, it's good to see you, dude. What's going on, man? How you doing, Penguin? How you been, brother? Welcome to the stream. And welcome to a new era where goalies are allowed to fight once more. Holy shit. Oh, geez, wait, sorry. Okay, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, Commissioner. Okay. We're going to include our dope-ass corset design that I like doing so much, as well as a couple of other little, like, fancy pocket gems and things like that. Now, I will say, so, with projects for the last sort of bit of the month, I am basically spending 100% of my time outside of stream working on big fancy project. If I could work on big fancy project on stream, I absolutely would to maximize my time, but I don't think I can because of NDAs and things like that, and that's totally fair. And obviously that's like the professional standard, so it'd be even absurd to even think you could. So we are not going to make massive progress on this. This is not going to be a thing that's done the next couple of days, Brooklyn. It'll probably be me jumping between projects a little bit, because I know that it's a little bit annoying to watch the same project for like 8 streams in a row. So I'll be bouncing around a little bit, different things. I'm going to try and make sure that streams are, even if I'm not only working on stuff during stream, I'm not finishing anything off stream, probably going to take a couple of days, or like a week or a couple weeks to finish our character start to finish, because this is a big substantial project and I really want to, take my time on it and make sure that this is a magnum opus of art or something along those lines. But we shall get there. So I think if we can nail down the basic design sketch today, maybe start on our rendering a little bit before we jump into some belt design for our promos, I think that would be a great way of doing it. God. Mel, hello. What's going on, dude?
Hi,
yo.
Adam. How are you doing, buddy?
I am doing great, Mel. I'm having actually a really great day, a really great week. I feel like I am actualized and moving in the right direction on things, and that's a great feeling. You know, when you just feel like you're doing it, right? When you're like doing all the things that you need to do. That's what I feel like I'm doing, man. I feel very productive. I feel very I don't know. It's like I don't do well at anything if I'm not doing everything. I don't know if anyone else is like that. I feel like if I'm not doing everything well, I'm not doing anything well. I feel like I'm doing everything well right now. Been locked in on the diet. Lost like, I don't know, as of today, 10 pounds since Christmas, which is like a lot, but that, you just started. So, or started up again on the cut. Hit the gym 5 days a week on average since Christmas. Getting a lot of work done, progressing on important things, taking care of the entire house, making sure Ella's comfy. Like, I just feel like I'm kind of like, living up the potential over the last couple of weeks. So I feel really good. I hope you're having a great week in preparation for your trip to Japan. Dude, Greg, what's up, man? How you been?
That is definitely a great feeling.
It is,
also,
right?
I will be asked for a week with my flight tomorrow.
Good.
So
that's tomorrow.
$1 million question. Have you finalized your wish list for Japan goodies?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Japan goodies. What do? Oh fuck. What do I? No, I haven't even thought about it in a couple days. No, damn it. Let me think. I haven't done it. I haven't done enough thinking. I'm sorry. I'll get there. I've been distracted. Tombstone, what's up, man? Looking at my D&D character. If I didn't watch her character art, she looks awesome. Glad you approved, dude. Listen, the party approving is meaningful experience to me. So thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Okay, Pooh Bear.
What do I
think? D.
What do I usually ask for when friends go to Japan? So what do I usually ask for? I usually will ask my friends for whatever the like current, like, one thing I love about Japanese kind of like media or pop media culture is that it's all so some people hate this. Some people say it's all FOMO shit, but I like stuff that's like limited time, promotional, things like that, right? So for instance, Japan, really big on seasons, really big on celebrating events. So if you go during New Year's, there's like, let's take the Pokemon Center, for example. If you go during New Year's, there's like the New Year's Pikachus and stuff like that. There's like during the spring, they have that kind of stuff. If there's a festival or a holiday, you'll have something celebrating that. And so people get like really annoyed by it sometimes outside of Japan, because they're like, well, I need to collect every fucking Pikachu ever, and I can't get that one. Like, they get upset. They're FOMO'd about it. But from a lot of my perspective, a lot of Japanese collectors, the way they think about it is like, it's kind of like recognizing a time period that you were there, or that you were there for the thing, right? You're not expected to get all of it. So I always ask my friends when they're there to grab me, you know, whatever the Gundam base exclusive thing is for right now. You know, they'll have like a Gundam kit or a Gundam fucking pin or something like that. That's like for the summer of, you know, 20 whatever. Or the Pokemon Center limited. I like that kind of like limited, like whatever is the thing that's there. But that's a bit specific. I don't know if I have a general sort of just like God. Okay, give me a stream to think about it. I gotta think about it. I gotta come up with a good answer. Thanks on the bits, Mel. I appreciate it. Had some love this weekend with some TCGs. I've been picking up random packs of Riftbound just for fun, the new League of Legends, and I lucked out on a foil alt Kaisa worth 400. Good God, man. That's fucking sick. I really wanted to like try the Riftbound card game out, but can't find it, you know? Can't find it anywhere. So I stopped trying. I really wanted to like see what was up with it, because now I'm like very much invested in trading card design. You know, I'm very invested in the whole idea of it, and I have to like figure out exactly what the Realms of Eldar trading cards are going to look like. Or sorry, trading card game cards. Trading card game playing cards. There we go. That's enough words. I'd figure what they look like before I like actually get into it. So I don't know, bro. Maybe I should go find some Riftbound. Go crack a pack or two. I found a lot of the trading cards scene to be very exhausting though right now. You know, it's just so tough with all the like scalpers and stuff. There's like, I got this box, this little boxy box thing at Costco, which had a bunch of like packs from the black and white set, and it was fun. Elle and I try and get some cards every once in a while, and we budget a little bit of money every month to get, you know, some cards or whatever, just have some fun opening some cards. And so we're like, fuck it, it's a bit expensive, but you know, we'll get a little like it came with like 10 packs or something in it, so it wasn't crazy. But man, there's a thing about the scalpers you see there, the kind of people buying the cards. It's just tough to be around. I find, you know, it's tough to see, it's tough to watch. So a little bit of the fun is kind of drained from that for me in some ways. So I'm trying to reinvigorate my love of trading card games with my own trading cards, the Realms of Eldar stuff, but I'd really love to like be able to pick up some packs once in a while and just cruise. Though I don't know how many packs I'm gonna be buying in the next little while. I'm trying to save relentlessly for baby. You don't know how expensive it is, man. Holy shit. And I had to buy him shoes on the weekend. I went and bought him some little shoes that we saw while we were out. We were at the baby store trying to make our registry because the fam Some of the fam wants to throw Ella a baby shower. I thought that was very cool. So they said you have to make a baby registry. I didn't know you had to make a baby registry. I thought that was something for rich people. So we had to go out and we were looking around. I saw some shoes and I was like, oh, I'm getting those. I'm getting those. I have them in the bedroom just with we got him a little plushie. We got him his actual teddy bear. So I don't know how many trading card games I'm going to be spending all my money on right now. You know? Hoping luck bleeds in my Eldar packs. Listen, dude. I will say you already own one of the rarest cards in the entire like printing of Eldar. You have one of like I think 3 legendary alpha cards that I actually printed, which is actually pretty fucking cool. Fun fact, Addie's basically the chosen one in our campaign. Chosen for what? Because chosen one can mean a lot of things, bro. Walked to a game store for some minifigs for the campaign. Saw a pretty magic card, so it's time to be a magic man. You can if you want to, but remember, don't play the game. Wizards of the Coast doesn't want you to play Magic the Gathering. They only want you to collect it now. So do not, under any circumstances, learn to play. Don't do it. Don't do it. I was actually at the card store or buying some supplies for like setting out promos and stuff this last weekend, and the person asked me like what I use these little promo cases for, and I was like, oh, and I like talked about like my trading cards and stuff, and they're like, wait, so is this like a big game that you have? I'm like, well, not really yet, it's just like a small project. And they're like, but you have trading cards that you made for it. I'm like, yeah, it was a dumb little like, you know, silly project that I made, and you know, people that follow me on Twitch and stuff thought it was cool and they supported it, and it like basically it's almost sold out. And they're like, but why would anyone buy, like, this is a person who works at the store, and he was like, why would anyone buy trading cards from a thing that nobody knows about? I was like, I mean, some people know about it. It's you know, it's like, hopefully it's kind of fun. And then I think the dude realized that he just basically told me that my stupid thing was like a nobody project. He's like, oh, yeah, like I'm sure the people who are like, you know, who like are interested and are like real interested. I'm like, yeah, I hope. He was like, oh, anyway, just let me know if you need anything, and just like scurried away. It's like fair, dog, but you don't have to say it out loud, man. You know, like I get you, but like, damn, bro. Like, damn, man. You don't gotta do me like that. What the fuck? Kinda hurt, dude. It's okay. He didn't mean anything. Actually, he absolutely did. I'm so offended. It's not even funny. But I'll get over it. I'll get over it somehow. My like ability to socialize with people out in the real world has diminished over the last few years of being a reclusive, you know, perpetually homebound version of myself. And so now I'm just like trying to figure out if there's an awkward conversation, if it's my fault or not. My worst fears have come true, where I've had to talk to people at the gym every day. You know, it's been tough, man. It's been tough relearning to socialize with people face to face in person. It's like, damn, this is what Bo Burnham must have felt like. Maybe not as much, but like, you know. Okay, one thing we have to do for Addie here is we have to add in more jewelry. So I do say in all of my sketches and requests and stuff that obviously whenever I do a new design for somebody, it is not based on any other art. That's a little different when the art's mine and somebody's saying, hey, can you do an expanded version of this? But I am still going to change the design up a little bit. And I really like the way that Brooklyn referred to it, where she said a typical outfit, meaning that honestly, okay, real quick. That's something I'm actually going to use going forward. I like to learn things from sometimes a client will say something and I can really like learn something for going forward for how to talk to other clients. And so one thing that I think I learned, a lesson I learned from Brooklyn this week, I like the wording typical outfit, because one of the biggest problems I ever have with clients for work is I will ask them what their character looks like. And then they'll tell me, and then they'll expect them to look like that. It's weird how this works. It's a crazy, I don't know. It's like, what am I? You hiring me as your artist or some shit? Kind of weirdo. But what I think people, so the healthiest up until now, the healthiest sort of like client expectation that I've ever heard is people who say something like, I'm really excited to see your interpretation of my character. Meaning they're not like, this has to be the character exactly the way I see it in my brain. And if it isn't, fuck you, I'm gonna be a nightmare client. And I've learned how to avoid people like that. But I realize that you can say something like, look, what does a typical outfit for them look like? Because I think that will reframe the idea of the art to not necessarily like, this is the character, they always look like this, they have to have every last little detail. If you don't have her shield right, if you don't have his cardigan on backwards, if you don't have the 3 lemurs, climbing up his boots, then it's not the exact thing that I want, and I'm going to make you like, I'm going to be nightmare client and like make revisions after revisions and complain about it until it's exactly right. What I do think is a great way of doing it is when you say a typical outfit for them, you reframe the goal of the project. I think that was really interesting. Maybe pause for a moment. Like I read through it like a couple times, and like it was like the 3rd time I read through it where I kind of was like, wait, hold up, run it back. And it was a really interesting way of wording, because I think I'm going to use that in going forward. I'm not going to say, what do they look like? I'm going to say, what's a typical outfit for them? So that's going to just like reframe the expectation. I think that's absolutely brilliant. So I'm going to use that probably going forward, like with everybody. We'll see how it works. But especially for people that have like I might even change the way coffee requests are worded to say, give me a brief description of what they typically look like, so that when you do something that's off or different, the people who are really attached can like let go a little bit, I shouldn't buy anything at all until after the shower. Yeah, there's a couple things we had to buy based on Black Friday sales and timing, Moose. So like we bought our crib because the one that Ella and I wanted that would fit into our space, because we have to do a mini crib because our place is not big, bro. The one that Ella really liked and picked out was like an order thing, and it wouldn't necessarily be here for months, so we had to order it. And then like the stroller car seat, was what my mother-in-law very, very kindly bought us a car seat on, earlier on. And then we bought a stroller on the like Boxing Day sale when it was like hundreds of dollars off. So there's a couple things, but yeah, most shit I think is like, we're just going to wait until, because there's also like from what Ella was saying, is there's an Amazon wish list you can make, and that people can like, do this, whatever, like purchase the shower. And then after the fact, if there's anything that like after the shower that wasn't purchased, apparently you get a discount on it, which is pretty cool. So I totally agree. But there was a couple of little things that were kind of fun. It's like Elle and I really wanted to pick out the bear and we wanted to pick out the bear and the blanket. So we bought his blanket. We bought his like baby blanket. We bought his bear, and we bought, like I said, I bought a little pair of Jordans, a little pair of shoes for him that I thought were super cool. Because it's nice to have it like put his little stuffed animals and his little shoes kind of in our bedroom close to where his crib's gonna go. And it's just kind of nice. Like, I don't know. There's little things like that. But I absolutely agree. There's probably a lot of stuff that we're not even going to fucking worry about until, after the fact. And I just have to constantly be grabbing Ella and pulling her away from her, like, nesting, right? Just have to yank her away from it. Because if Ella had her way, she'd have the entire thing done and ready by last weekend. So, which I agree with. It's kind of fun. But yeah, we didn't think, because like we don't really have a big family, so we were kind of not thinking there'd be any like shower type thing, But then the mothers were like, there's going to be a shower and there will be 40 people there. And we're like, oh, okay, that's crazy. All right. I guess we need to think about this a little bit better or some shit. So, are you going to get an owlet sock? That's the thing that tells you if your baby is breathing and shit, right? I don't know. I don't think so. I think Ella said that the big problem with them are like false problems alerts, and that would stress her out too much or something. But she wanted to do some more research on it, depending on how good it was. So, because I've heard very mixed things. I've heard some people say that it's like, oh my god, this is absolutely necessary. Other people say like, oh, it just made me worry and stuff. So I don't know. They're also like $400 or some shit. So I'm gonna leave that research to her. And then, but I know what you speak of. I'm aware of it. Save your daughter's life on day 3. God damn, bro. Well, there you go. That's a reason to have one, I guess. I had friends who ended up $500 or more of duplicate stuff with clothes and shoes they could never wear. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know what to expect for it. So I think we're gonna. I am we've got the important stuff that was, because also it's like, who's gonna buy you $1,000 stroller, you know, on your fucking registry. So that kind of stuff is good to go. But yeah, a lot of the other things we're happy to leave them for later, so we shall see. She enough that it was long and her hands were over her mouth. Oh shit, right? Elle got certified as a medical device too, so it's really good. Okay. I haven't heard much about it except for wealthy TikTok moms talking about it, Nix. And the problem is when a wealthy TikTok mom says that you need something, that it's an essential, I'm like, isn't it essential for people that make less than 6 figures? Is it an essential if you can't afford ground beef for dinner, so you eat eggs? Like how, when you say essential, TikTok mom, how essential are we talking here? Because, you know, Ella was like, and I was memeing about this, where this one person was like the must-have essentials for baby. And like I scrolled down her page and she also had a must-have essentials for like fall. And on the must-have essentials for fall was like a different Stanley cup for each day of the fucking whatever. And I was like, the definition of essential here might be a little bit off. So I don't know, right? But that seems like it might be one of those ones. So that sounds like a challenge and what we would buy for Evan Jr. Well, this is just for the like the family shower. Like I'm not like, what do you mean we? I don't think I'm gonna make the fucking shower wish list public. I mean, that seems a little presumptuous, don't you think? Hey guys, who wants to buy my baby some shit? But like, I mean, I wouldn't assume that anybody in the family or whatever who would care about that would you know, would be up to buying $1,000 fucking stroller. So I figured that maybe it was just best that we just get it done with and, you know, get it purchased. And then it's done. Then it's gone. And we don't need to worry about it. Just put it in storage until baby gets here. All right. Now, when we think of corsets, how fancy can we go here? Pull it all into one giant tip jar? Oh shit, okay. Fuck, man. We'll do a baby-thon, yo. It'll be sick. Holding my baby's well-being hostage. Guys, if we don't hit 1,000 subs, then baby can't go to fucking $20,000 a semester Montessori, and I'll have an idiot baby that'll end up being an artist and streaming on Twitch when he's 35. Shit. Essential so she gets a cut of the sale. Yeah. Buy one for each baby. It's expensive, but I believe it's worth it. Yeah, I think that's probably one of those things that like, you know, I'm more willing to probably spend money on, you know, like a lot of baby toys and clothes and stuff. I mean, I was talking to my doctor about this because I was like kind of freaking out in the first week that I found out, and he was like helping me manage the anxiety. He was, you know, he's a really good dude. I had an appointment with him. He was just chatting with me about it, and he's like, you know, babies don't need to be expensive. He's like, people just make it a thing. He's like, you know what? You know, people buy like thousands of dollars for toys and enrichment and stuff for babies, but he's like, you know what? The best toy I ever had for my son, and kind of implying that he could afford whatever he wants because he's a fucking doctor. He's like, was a roll of masking tape and a box of tissue. He's like, you would not believe how many hours of entertainment your baby can get a roll of masking tape and a box of tissue. I was like, ah, shit, all right. Okay. I don't need to spend money on shit then. The jingling of the keys, as it were. You know? Okay. I need some inspiration here for our core set. Let me just look at my Final Fantasy 14. That is kind of funny that I'm like, I need some inspiration for like feminine, you know, overly designed, overly detailed stuff, and I immediately open it to the page with the fucking wedding attire for Final Fantasy 14. That's hilarious. Core sets. All right, core sets. Is there anything that looks like we can reference from some armor? See, if you asked me what I would have placed Addie in, if I was doing like a design completely like off the rip or whatever, without having Brooklyn contribute like give me any direction, I would have done something a little more like this, probably a little more dancer like, right? Not just the inspiration of the character of the class from the posing, but also, you know, in general. So I kind of want to include some of those like details, some of those frills and whatever. You see boobas? No, you don't, Natasha. Please, not on this channel. I'm a dignified artist. I would never ever draw anything that could possibly risk my my TikTok monetization. All right, please, dignity over here. An artist of dignified and important stature. Yep. I would never do anything without the approval of the Senate. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I got some ideas now. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Wait. This is actually sick. Dude, these black mages and astrologians from Final Fantasy 14 look fucking rad. Is there anyone that does armor designs better than Final Fantasy 14? I don't think so. Not in my opinion. Not in my objective opinion. My concrete, solid, objective opinion, where everyone who disagrees with me is wrong. My buddy sent me a video yesterday, basically shit talking me, where it was this guy who was ranking all the Pokemon games, talking about why, because he knows that my favorite generation is Gen 2, and basically the guy starts the video off with more or less saying, if your favorite Pokemon game is in Generation 1 or 2, you are blinded by nostalgia. There are better games. Like, damn, bro. Bro never heard of subjective experience before, apparently. Like, I mean, no disrespect and only love, but like, my guy makes a video LARPing as an expert on objectivity, talking about a topic that's almost entirely subjective. And I just got dunked on by my fucking homie over it. Reminded me of conversations we talked about like design on stream, where somebody's talking about like what they think, what their subjective ideas that it should be taken as objective, like, you know, fact, truth. Okay, I think I have an idea here. I have an idea. As Corset is magical and gives her armor? Really? All right, well. Just you wait here. I'll oh boy. We're gonna do some cool shit, okay? It's gonna look rad. We're gonna do our best for this one, okay? Brooklyn deserves it. Only the best for my esteemed clients. Except for the ones that messaged me 8 times on Instagram to ask me when I'd be ready to start their project, when I told them their project wouldn't get started for another 2 months, and it's been a week and a half. So they can get bent. But all the other ones, all the other ones are my esteemed clients. I'm gonna do kind of a bit of a floral pattern here. With some... We're not going to do a corset that is completely flat on the front and only laces in the back. We're going to do snaps in the front. So there's snaps up in the front and laces in the back, as one would expect. I had someone at a Ren Fair argue with me over whether or not a corset is properly laced in the front of the back. For like 5 minutes. It was weird because they didn't like a character that I drew. Oh, they didn't like Luna. That was weird, man. Like, you know, if somebody's like giving you an opinion and that they just like don't like something and you're kind of like, okay, whatever. Then you just like don't read their comment. But this was a person that knew me and was like knew me from my videos and was standing in front of me for like minutes. It's bizarre. I couldn't get away. I had to just kind of disengage, you know? Be like, oh, it's crazy, dude. Art is good, Nick. Evan is good. Hope you're well. Where the fuck did my water bottle? Oh. Finish my water. So awkward. It is. I've had those kind of interactions with people occasionally. Like one at GameCon last year, one at Edmonton Expo, and then one at Vegreville Ren Fair. And the Vegreville Ren Fair one was weird, but the one that was the most obnoxious was the one at Edmonton Expo, whereby somebody tried to argue with me about how armor on a character, I forget who, might have been Amelia, would not work properly or something. There was like something about the way that the plates were expected to move over each other, that there wasn't like you need a connector somewhere that I didn't have in there, and that the plates were just magically affixed to her or something like. It's very bizarre, you know. And I had to have this whole conversation with them where you want 60% of HEMA nerds to like what you're doing, and the HEMA nerds are the historical guys. So HEMA stands for Historical European Martial Arts, and the HEMA guys are the ones who will make videos being like, how impractical is the sword from Game of Thrones, like that kind of stuff, right? And so if you can make stuff that looks and feels realistic enough that the HEMA that like a little bit over half of HEMA nerds are kind of like, that's cool, but then 40% of the HEMA nerds are like, that's not gonna work, that's impractical, would never work. You're in a sweet spot, I think, there. Because if you make something that is that the HEMA nerds like too much too universally, then you've made something too historical, and you've made something in that case that is unfortunately boring, which the HEMA nerds don't want to hear. They don't like hearing that shit. But it's unfortunately true. So we gotta, like, you know, we gotta roll with the punches there. But unfortunately, if they're there time burgling you in person, you can't get away from them. You can try, and you can definitely hope to, but you can't get away from them. Because they're just right there, standing at your table. I will say, the amount of positive interactions you have with people at conventions far outweighs and eclipses the negatives, but the negatives are very funny. They are particularly hysterical, so... All right. Okay. Where else can we throw some jewelry on her? Our corset design here. We'll throw some bangles and maybe a little cuff. Some bracelets. because if I can summarize, now this is going to be a very niche description that probably only the women in chat will know. But if I could sum up a sound and an action that I think of with Addie, it is the sound of a girl adjusting her charm bracelet and shaking it so that, you know, it falls down her arm before she goes and does something. You know, like you're about to wash your hands, and so you like adjust your charm bracelet and you shake it, and your bracelets rattle together, and then you do what you're doing. And it's like kind of like it's an automatic response, like adjusting your glasses or flipping your hair or whatever, you know, or like straightening your hat, pulling your hat down, right? It's like one of those things. But it's like there's like a sound. It's the sound of either a charm bracelet or bracelets adjusting. How do I know this? Because I'm married to Ella Blackwood, who is a Pandora charm enthusiast. So the amount of times that I'll hear the like charms adjusting so that then she can put her hair in like a clip or something like that. But it always starts with the shaking of the charm, and then the hair clip, or the shaking of the charm, and then like, you know, the kneading of the dough or whatever she's gonna do with her hands. It's specific, but look, this is, you know. Okay, sorry, I'm done. I swear. That's we're good now. Last one. And we'll do her little gauntlet thingy, which is gonna be cool. And then we'll have another like little chain. How do we want to wrap it? We'll do it like this. We'll figure out the jewelry later. We just need the base design today. We just need that right now. So that's all we're looking for. We're gonna give her Lady High Summoner Yuna from Final Fantasy X ribbons on the around that shoulder elbow joint. There's something about it that you can't argue with. Now the belts, dude. So here's the thing. So we got to do what kind of, if we're talking about decorative, cool daggers that Addie's gonna have, I'm thinking something with a little bit of flair. Brooklyn used the word extra, and extra is how I'm gonna treat this. So we're going to do something extra. And it's going to be sick. But everything about it is going to be extra, so. And I'm not messing around. We're going to push this design today, all right? Y'all think I'm messing. I never mess around when it comes to a tiefling. And we even started the tail design, dude. Come on. The amount of tail jewelry that Addie's going to have? Holy. Like, the sound of bracelets rattling on her wrists. You don't even know the sound of bracelets rattling on her tail, bro. Only jewelry I wear is a wedding ring, so shrug. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really wear... Like, I used to wear probably, like, bracelets more often, but I don't really wear my bracelets anymore. I only, like I get comments for my earrings every once in a while. People will be like, oh, bro. Yo, dudes with earrings, that's so 2004. And like, conveniently, that's when I got my ears pierced around there, so I get that once in a while. I like jewelry. I've had this necklace since I was probably 16. It was one of the first things I ever bought, so I like pendants. I like necklaces. I really want to make a Realms of Eldara necklace and pendant set. I haven't done any silversmithing in a long time, but when I was in art school, that was one of my favorite things to do was my jewelry and metals course. If I had studio space, like if I had the ability to have a workshop and a garage space, whatever, oh boy, I would have a very small silversmithing table and I would still make jewelry. Like, I made like Ella sword and shield earrings. I made all kinds of stupid shit. I made pendants, chains. I really like to set gems, but obviously silver you can only do so much in. I'm not... Goldsmithing is this entire other level of complexity that requires like more tools and equipment and stuff. And so I don't have anything for goldsmithing basically set up, ready to go, whatever. I'm gonna put this high on her hip. Let's do the rest of her belts. We'll find space for daggers later, all right? That's what we'll do. It's gonna be sick, Brooklyn. It was a trend of the time for your piercings. Yeah, I still like them though. Like, I still really like my piercings. I know it's a little unconventional, but I'm not gonna get our baby's ears pierced. It's okay. I'm not gonna do that to him. I'm not gonna demand him be weird like his dad. I mean, maybe, but, wait. Okay. I will make him wear his Jordans, though, because they're adorable. I didn't know they made him so tiny. I messaged Sir Cobalt about it after. I was like, did you know they make shoes this tiny? Like, yeah, dude. I got 2 kids. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's like, oh, sorry, man. I'm just, you know. Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, of course, man. Of course. Okay. There's belt number 1. We only have so many belts in this character to throw little pouches and shit on. Remember, one of the staples of Evan Blair art characters is enough pouches and belts to carry anything they ever might want to carry, and then some. Butt bags, scroll tubes, potions, coin purses, all of that. Listen, we're talking about practical adventurers here, okay? These are important details. And then our tied up skirt here has a lot of frills and pleats and whatnot we gotta get into. Extra little sections and whatnot. And give this piece of fabric some cool designs. I'm gonna mark that out. It's like a wrapped something or another. And help conform and pull in that hourglass sort of shape on the leg specifically. There's a couple of silhouettes that we want to maintain that are important. One of the silhouettes is obviously like not putting any bags or anything like on the back of the character here, because we really want to maintain this nice like trim sort of like shape, that like curve. Same thing with the front, obviously. But like when it comes to the hips going down the legs, it's really hard sometimes when you have like characters that have like kilts, skirts, you know, whatever, that kind of, you know, knights with tunics, whatever it is, that kind of thing that's going to sort of obscure the hips in any kind of way. It's nice every once in a while to put something on it that sort of pulls it in or whatever, or tugs it tight so that you kind of have an idea of the leg line to help like show the motion of a character. We're gonna rely on that a little bit. This is all very intentional, man. People think that none of it's intentional. They think I don't know what I'm doing, bro. The hell. Small forge and tools to do gold forging, right? Probably in the garage would be where you do that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do any sort of like tool, like yeah, you need more substantial forging tools to do goldsmithing. Silversmithing's a little bit easier because you can, unless you are casting things in silver, you can do a lot of like cutting and you can do a lot cutting, welding, that kind of stuff with some very basic equipment and a little bit of like, you know, a torch, and that's it. But yeah, you need to, if you're going to do something goldsmithing, you need a more expensive and expansive set of tools, which would be cool, but also just goldsmithing is just too expensive. To be fair, even silversmithing I think might be too expensive now, because if I want to buy a little like chunk, like I used to pick up buy 2 ounce like little tiny slabs of silver from, we used to have them at the art store at my art school. So you'd buy a little chunk of silver and then you'd like cut, you know, your little sword out of it or whatever, and then you would use the scrap to like melt into a chain or something like that or whatever, you know. But you'd like cut it out and then you'd maybe like weld on another thing and like weld on another thing or whatever, and then you have this cool like sword. So you're limited by shape a little bit, but realistically, you know, that was like what, $30-$40 for a chunk of silver like that, and now I don't know how much that would be. It'd probably be like triple that or quadruple that. So maybe silversmithing's like out of my range as well, too. There. I use her special bag of breakfast foods. She has a special bag of breakfast foods. Okay, all right. Well, well now, look, I'm game, all right? I just, are we talking like pastries or like full on like, you know, Denny's farmer's breakfast here? Like, we talking about delicate like pain au chocolat? Or are we talking about like, oh my god, like liver and eggs and I don't know, basilisk bacon and shit? This changes things. This changes the overall scope of such a pouch. I was gonna give her a larger pouch, but do I have this pouch like dripping with grease and ugh. I don't know about that, dude. I assume to always be carrying pastries. Oh, good. Okay. I was going to do this sort of like enchanting like leaves kind of thing, like wrapping around her, like just the magic of her harp kind of thing. Maybe we'll just have like, you know, little croissants and, you know, little like macarons and stuff like that. Just and pain au chocolat and cornets and stuff like that. Just all of those just floating around her. Right? Context needed when people see the piece at the end then on the internet. Is she some sort of pastry mancer? I can't wait for those comments. Every time we go to a tavern, she convinces the tavern keeper to make to cook the party a full course mega breakfast. Now, I have, unfortunately, over-described breakfast on a couple of occasions in our D&D game to where my players would stop paying attention as much, only to find out that they are making breakfast, you know, at like 7:30 at night. So there's dangers in this. When I awaken my party at an inn, I might be tempted to say something like, you awaken to the smell of fresh bread, the aroma of sweet cooking apples and spices such as cinnamon, cardamom, clove. You also detect a strong whiff of expensive salted bacon, smoked and cured, coursing through the hallways of the inn, under the door and into your room, inviting you downstairs before you start your day. Who awakens first in the party? To which they all try and figure out which one of them is the most degenerate and sleeping in the longest. There is that too, that problem as well, right? Okay. All right. Where are we gonna fit this dagger, man? We'll find a spot. We'll find a spot, don't you worry. You know, one thing I also have to do a lot over the next couple of weeks is be very good with taking breaks from my hands, because the amount of workload that I have between now and the end of the month is so unbelievably tight that I cannot lose a day, even a day, to like hand injury or whatever. So I got to be on top of this and really on point with taking my breaks and doing my hand stretches and stuff. Addie's an early riser just specifically because she likes to make a good big breakfast every morning. Look, I appreciate that, you know? Addie seems like a real avocado coffee and croissant, or avocado toast coffee and croissant kind of girl. I appreciate it, you know? The players this weekend came up with a new Geminos Run Adventures Guild somewhere in the Shattered Sea. It's called Blades of Casillo. And the symbol is a black cat for reasons. That's cool. That's cool, dude. I like that, man. I like the idea of there being like a Geminos Adventures Guild, like somewhere off in the other parts of Eldara doing their thing. That's actually kind of rad. I'd like to know the reasons behind the black cat, though. That's a little intriguing, you know? We gotta be good about our stretches, all right? Everyone put your pencils down, stop drawing, and do your stretches. Wait, not everybody's sitting here drawing with me? Oh, shit. Well, shows what I know, apparently. Back of the forearm, front of the forearm. Hands, fingers. I might also just wear a compression glove for the next couple weeks just to like help ward off any sort of discomfort. And my brace. I don't know. We'll see. I like preemptively booked myself in with both my physios, my sports med physio and my hand physio. I booked them in preemptively like next week because I figure I'll be drawing so much this week and weekend that I'll need to go in for some kind of treatment. So I'm not in any like massive discomfort right now, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna book those. I'm just gonna get them in there real quick. I think she just liked black cats, but now the new lore is the black cats are lucky for Geminos. That's cool, man. I like that. I like that. I always like, you know, I always like with Addie, like waking up early. I always like the players that are into cooking. I give them a lot of like bonuses in game and stuff like that. I think it's really fun when you have players that have like other ways of progression. I think that too many times, like, it's like why I really like having the cart, the storage, that whole sort of gameplay in there for D&D, because I think that like being able to have an additional layer of progression for your game, for your party is really fun, because players will spend money on stupid shit. And I really like players that enjoy cooking, because I had a player, Jackie, actually, in the last game. Jackie, in every game now I think about it, that she's had a character, she's always liked cooking, being the guild like camp cook and the group chef and whatever. And so I'll always give her like she gets really excited when I have things like you know, specialty boxes of exotic elvish spices or whatever, and I'll like magic it up and stuff. And I'll give her like a Shattered Sea Sky Shard spice or whatever that makes things taste sort of floral and almost like sweet sweetened sort of rose water, whatever, but it like really complements sort of like, you know, sweet dishes, and it also makes them levitate slightly when you place it on it. Stuff like that, you know, or elvish, like sort of Asari twilight berry, or twilight bark. It's kind of like cinnamon, but it sort of like has this pop rock like effect when you put it in your mouth, and also makes it kind of glow blue in moonlight. There's all sorts of dumb shit like that. I always like when players like cooking, because there's like a whole other level of it for them. All right. Okay. Back into it. I gotta figure out though for the Geminos sort of a little bit more about their culture and kind of like what they're maybe like into as far as like superstition and stuff. I like the black cat idea, but hold up. Where was the thing I was referencing in here? Oh, hand jewelry. Oh, it's just rings. That's cool though. Dude, there's nothing more inspiring than the Final Fantasy XIV art books. They're probably my favorite art books that I own. Oh, that's ornate. Well, that's real ornate. Okay. Got ideas now, all right? Here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to draw when we get to it, but that's fine. Because the thing is, with characters that don't have a lot of like armor and stuff on them, there needs to be, I think, an adjustment of detail that makes them sort of feel like they're, I don't know, there's still a lot of like presence to them. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's do this one as the like the pleated frill thingy, as opposed to, we'll save this one for the next one. Okay. Okay, wait. And mimic how these fall. We've got our main sort of like fabric like that. I'm gonna compress and pull in there. Gotta stack a lot of like connectors and things like that in here. Belts, you just wait, Sabine. Today is a belt day. After we're done the base design for Addie, I'm gonna not look at her for like a little bit to see all the mistakes that I made and things I want to fix. And then we're gonna do some of our belts for the belt promos. So I'm gonna have some cards because back in the day, I used to sort of thank people who gifted subs in my chat. Duria like hit a big goal, and I was like, what do you want? What could I do? Like I do the bits thing. They get emotes and shit. What do you want, dog? And he's like, a belt. So I drew him a belt. And then he earned another one. He's like, more belt, please. I was like, oh shit. Okay. Got it. So I need to have actual proper belt cards that I can use as promos and stuff like that. So there's going to be some belt designs today. Just you wait. It's going to be a good one. Or a absolute fucking disaster. One of the two, but I promise it'll be worth seeing, so. A black saber-toothed tiger would be cool. Might put one in the adventure. That, jeez. Black saber-toothed tiger. All right. I see what you're cooking. I got you. Okay, not every ribbon and not every bow is a reference to Sailor Moon. Okay? Only usually when I draw them. This time it's not. I swear. Maybe. I'll have a little bit of a sourceless wind in here, okay? Something, well, our silhouettes can be pretty bottom heavy, but I think that's okay. Probably, like, better by design anyway. What's up, Garthen? What's going on, man? Didn't see you sneak into YouTube chat there, homie. Maybe we can throw some of this fabric. I wanted to give her like a see-through sheer fabric layer to the skirt, or to the, like, one of the skirts. We can do that for this one. To help with that kind of balance of detail in there. Maybe some more jewelry hanging from this. Who would spend money on hanging belt jewelry? Little did you know, that's how Addie spends the majority of her party cut. And of course, our tail jewelry. Let's actually have the tail going on the other side. Underneath the little, separation, the part in the skirt. We can have it kind of conform to the shape of her as well. help with that like feeling of everything kind of being whooshed out like a bit of a, it's kind of like her shape is sort of like, I'm thinking almost kind of like an upside down flower, right? Just like different petals of material. Never mind, I don't like that. Makes more sense like mechanically, that's where her tail would pop out because that side of the skirt's hiked up, but her hips are sort of like pushed this way, and so I think we'll make one of these big whooshes of fabric. Or you can even have the tail coming out in front like that. Be kind of fun. Experiment a little bit. Might be one of those things I have to kind of come back to, you know? I'll know it when I get it. That might be the play. Layer it slightly with all the other. We might have it. In chat today, add this to make Add even hotter than thought possible. Brooklyn, wait, no, wait, yes? Shit, dude. Are we influencing Brooklyn's character design? Damn it. I would never think to do that, okay? Please. I'm a artist of dignity and integrity. And so when would I ever change the dynamic of the character? Come on, Sabine. I don't want to get canceled on Book Talk. That's why I didn't go with a fucking straight up pin-up pose for Addy, okay? I don't want to get straight canceled on TikTok. But I thought about it. There was a contemplation there for at least like 6 minutes. That's a long time to think about an idea, right? Have like this little petal storm thing flowing around her. Probably like that too. You're saying you could have drawn her on the hood of a D&D Roadster? Okay, listen. Listen! I had nothing to say to that. Boot ideas. Boot ideas. Oh, that's cool. Boot ideas that are not armor, please. Shoeses. These are boots, not shoeses. Oh, that's cool. Black mages apparently don't wear shoes. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I'm gonna try something different with the cuffs. I'm gonna try to make them like a little bit asymmetric. Let's see if this looks cool or not. Again, super quick pass, so we don't need to commit to anything. Let's try some different boot designs, see what we like. She's a bard, so shouldn't she be drawn in a red dress on top of a piano? Oh, well, the thing is, bards apparently are allowed to fight now in D&D. For some reason, they let bards out. Bards are now allowed to go on adventures. No longer do they spend the entire adventure in the tavern making coin while the party goes out on the adventure. Because that happened. That definitely happened in a game that I played. We had a bard player that was just like, hey, while they're off like doing the thing, can I just like perform in the bar for like a couple of nights and just like try and make some coin? The DM was like, yeah, I guess. And so he did. And he like got to, there's like some rules or whatever for it. And he was actually making some pretty good money. He was like, oh shit, dude, you guys go on the adventure. I'll perform in the bar. We'll make a lot of money. And then after like the second or third time that happened, DM's just like, you know what? This is not in the spirit of D&D. We're gonna change this rule. You're no longer allowed to make more money playing old D&D folk tunes in the bar. Sorry. You now have to go out on the adventure with the party. Aw, man. Come on, dude. Just let me make some money. I just want to make some money for the party, you know? Oh my god, she's so cool, dude. This design's actually rad. Actually rad, though, right? The enchantment of her music, properly uplifting all the things or whatever. Oh, this one's gonna look great. I already feel it. I already feel it. The jewelry. Now, as far as tail jewelry goes, we gotta plan this out. There needs to be chains. Golden chains connected to each other. With jewels and gems. Cuffs. Pendants. Oof. Stretch break. Oh man, I'm gripping my pen a little too hard right now, dude. I'm focused. I'm trying to get it done, you know? I'm in it. I'm in the design. I'm in the mode. I'm in the mood. I'm in the zone, bruh. Gotta figure out what her harp is gonna look like as well. Something particularly delicate and fancy. Time I spent a few days writing and refining a blurb for when the requests next open. Hey, dude. What I'll probably do is I'll probably be trying to. So requests are probably gonna open up in March. So the plan was for January, February to spend finishing all the stuff that I had to do from last year, all the great projects that were requested for Eldara. And then big project. That one's also going to get finished. So then as soon as that's done, then we're just going to go deep into world building and get that all done. Cards are going to get sent out and whatnot. And then once cards are out, big project's done. And all the requests that I have for existing stuff are completed. then that is when I'll probably think about opening up requests again or whatever. But I might do it for March. I might just do it like and not publicly post about it, but just like in the guild or whatever. So it'll be a couple more weeks here, Sabine. I'm afraid if that messes with your timing too much, I apologize. Let's throw a placer dagger. Just interrupting layers of detail. You know what? There's so much movement here. Let's try a straight dagger. Sometimes when you have all these like flowing forms and stuff, it's nice to like have the contrasting. What the hell? Why can't I draw? What? What the fuck? Okay. Let's just try restarting Photoshop here and seeing what happens. Real quick. Oh, weird. Okay, let's try closing this and restarting it. Addy. Oh, window, arrange, make new window for Addy. The shit? All right. We'll close everything then. Fine. All right. Restart. That was weird. There's a gremlins in there, man. There's gremlins. If I can wait for my favorite gaming streamer to come back from hiatus for 3 years. I can wait this out. Damn. Okay. 3-year hiatus from streaming. That's a lot, dude. Who's your favorite gaming streamer? There we are. I don't know what that was. Okay, that was weird. That was super weird. It just would not show up. I don't know what the deal was with that, man. And there she is. Okay. All right. Never likes the command. Oh, did you roll your D100? What? Where's your green dragon check? At Tiefling Fighter, she had tail armor and these jewel cuffs and mini belt things on her horns. That's cool. Yeah, there's also the same horn jewelry we're gonna have to do for Addy as well. We're gonna have to match the horn jewelry from the last one. So we're gonna restart the recording if you had to stop that too. So I'm not recording this part. Once we get, I'm like just getting the basic design here. I'm gonna wait until I have the proper design, then I'll record the rendering, I think. That's the way I was going to do it for bigger projects like this. But thank you for the reminder, because yeah, normally I absolutely would have forgotten at this point. I'm trying to conserve space right now. I think I need to buy a big external hard drive to carry me through the next couple of weeks here. So I got approval from Big Project to do some recording of it. Which is like weird because like NDAs and stuff can be a little weird, but got approval for that, which is cool. So it's gonna be a lot of recording, man. Okay. Let's try something like this and see if it works a little better. If the frame of a, or the contrast of a straight blade looks better. I like that, yeah. They're kind of like hanging off a little bit. They're dangling. Wrapped up and ready to go. Okay. We'll have this little belt wrapping around it. Might have another one going across it as well. We'll figure it out. It'll be good. At university days, I watched this guy called Size 16, a tall and lanky Texan who played Mass Effect series with self-imposed permadeath on the hardest difficulty, died in Mass Effect 3. Go back to 1? Jeez, dude. Holy shit. He went on hiatus to quit because he got a baby and a new work schedule. He just came back last month, and I think that was my 103rd month streak. What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. There's a lot of streamers that I watched, like, I don't know. I don't know when I actually made my account. When did I make my account? Hold on. 2011? Let's see. Evan Blair Art does not follow Evan Blair Art. God damn it. Okay. It says I made my account in, yeah, 2011. So 15 years ago. Oh my god. That's crazy. But there was a lot of streamers that I followed back in that time that just stopped streaming, you know, man, because just like life gets in the way. Good, new baby and work schedule is a great way to, you know, rationalize taking some time off. I will not be taking much time off for baby. I will not be taking off 3 years, unfortunately or unfortunately. I'm sorry, I'll be back after a couple of weeks. I do want to take some time off for baby and whatnot, but I don't know. Streaming's too big. Streaming is like my main thing, you know. I had a weird, so I had a friend. It's so weird. There's one of Ella's friends has a friend that she plays D&D with that she told me she was mad about because they said that, oh, Evan and Ella are having, because like he knows of us and like he knows Ella a little bit. And he's like, oh, Evan and Ella are having a baby. That's great. Looks like Evan will have to get a real job now. And it's like, I guess he like doesn't think streaming is a real job. Now I get it, but it's like, I don't think that sometimes people understand that streaming is a thing I do while I'm doing my job, you know? But it's just like, I wouldn't, if I had 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers or 10 viewers, I'd still be streaming, you know? I'm still doing the same shit, still talking shit, still doing art and stuff on Twitch. So yeah, I don't plan on ever like taking that kind of a long break for any reason. I can't imagine why I would need to. It's kind of made me laugh when you think of that though. Subscribe for 69 months. I know, right? It's almost at that mark. I do think that maybe more than a 6-year sub badge. I think I should try and do a 69-month sub badge just for the guild, you know? That's rude. I know, Selesian. It's very rude because like I've never met that guy either. I've literally never met him. I guess Ella met him at some point in time through a mutual whatever thing that her and her friend did. But so it's like I don't even know why I'm catching strays from this guy. Never, I don't even know what he looks like. Never been in person contact with him or whatever. Oh, man just doesn't like doesn't like what I'm doing, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, maybe he's just concerned for our well-being. I don't fucking know. Yeah, rude, right? But apparently Ella's friend got like really mad at him for that. She like got mad on my behalf, which is very sweet. But still, a little weird. A little weird. Okay, we have 1 belt, 2 belts, black belt, blue belt. All right. Question is, where else can we apply jewelry? We can apply boot jewelry. That's what we'll do. Apply boot jewelry. We absolutely will. Remember, the sound of a charm bracelet shaking. Say Twitch revenue is a cherry on top. You were going on record, going to record the process anyway for content creation and marketing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know if I would have started recording the process if I didn't start streaming. I don't think it would have occurred to me. Because, like, I'll admit, recording the process, like, process recording for art is one of those things that's so unbelievably easy, so ridiculously beneficial. And as you said, for marketing as well, not just for, you know, your own. I started it for my own, you know, logs or whatever, a sense of accomplishment. And my own records, but it is great marketing. You're right about that. I got a ton of like requests and stuff from YouTube and TikTok when I first started doing it. But it's like, it seems daunting, and I think that if you don't know anything about streaming and software, and you don't know anything about the whole thing, I think that regular artists, they look at that, and I'll tell artists that aren't streamers or anything like that are trying to be freelancers, and I'll be like, record your process, and they're like, oh, I don't know about that. Oh, it's so scary. Like, that's too much work. It's whatever. I'm like, it is so unbelievable easy. Like, please, you know, let me help you. So I don't know if I would. I think I felt the same way too. I was like somebody who did know all about streaming and stuff like that and videos and shit, but I still didn't do it for a long time because I couldn't figure out how to do it easily while I was streaming without having another piece of software open with that. And, you know, he's working a corporate job and hates his life and is jealous. At least the vibe he gave off. Damn, bro. He's working a corporate job and hates his life and was jealous? I didn't say it. That's toxic, man. Holy. All right, so we have some boot jewelry. We have some neck jewelry. We have arm jewelry. We have hand jewelry. We have oh, we need to do the harp. oh yeah, I forgot the harp. We have ear jewelry. We can do some hair jewelry. We can do hair jewelry. Just sort of woven in there a little bit. Some strands over and under. We have thigh jewelry, which is cool. Where else can we do jewelry? We have boot jewelry, tail jewelry. We have hip jewelry. Oh, we actually don't have a hip jewelry, do we? We should do like a gold chain or two wrapped around. Little hanging sort of like gemstone thingies. Let's see. Where is there large amounts of blank space on this that we can fill with jewelry? So we can't do knee jewelry. I don't really know how to knee jewelry unless we give her one of those knee piercings that was popular for about 3 months back in 2014. Do the chest snake bite things. That's kind of metal. I mean, that's a little bit too metal for her. There's a lot of forearm space here, so I don't know about that. I'm watching you, forearms and shoulders. I'm watching jewelry everywhere. Jeez, dude. She doesn't have enough attachment spots. Knee piercings was a thing. Yeah, I had a friend who had snake bites, which are through the bottom lips, 2 little piercings. and she was like a piercing fanatic. And she was like, this was an art school, and she was like, yo, check out my new piercing. Slaps her boot up on the table. She got knee piercing. It's like, what? How? She's like, yeah, I can't bend my knee too much for a couple months, but it looks cool, right? I was like, okay, all right, chill, bro. Chill. Does the harp have jewelry a la dangling charms and feathers, like a phone charm? Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If we're also drawing Addie's cell phone, she has... I'll tell you what cell phone Addie has. Addie has a vintage 2000 and whatever Motorola Razr with the dangly obnoxious charm that has like the big furry like rabbit's foot thing and like the rings, and it's got some feathers, you know, and it's got like some chains with like, you know, gems, and she's got like she got another one with like the Burberry, you know, like the expensive Burberry bear, right? She got the Burberry bear. Oh yeah, dude. She got that Louis Vuitton. She got the Louis Vuitton big puff thing there, the little whatever. Yeah, that's Addie's phone, so you know, like all right, fine, sorry. I'll not be doing D&D characters' phones. That actually, dude, that'd be a fucking wild stream. You tell me about your D&D character and I draw their phone for you? Oh my god. like Vesper has like the she has like an iPod, but it's like kind of an old iPod, all right, and it's got a crack. It's the one that has the button there, and it's got a cracked screen. But then she's got the USB port attachment for the like old phone receiver that like hipster girls had in art school because they thought it was funny. That's what Vesper has. You know? And you kind of like, damn, bro. Damn, you really need the cord thing, but this thing doesn't work anyway. So then you unplug it, and then like comes unplugged, and then it goes on like it was a speakerphone, and everybody hears that their end of the conversation. Pretty awkward. Not for everyone else, just for Vesper. So, anyway, brow/nose piercing. I didn't do any brow/nose piercings on the original, and I kind of missed out on that, Penguin, so I think you're right about that, actually. I kind of fucked up, didn't I? Kind of messed up. Now I'm realizing that, so... She could have the weird corset thing, again, that girls did on their arms in, like, the 2010s. Surely you guys remember that one, right? Surely you remember that one. Because I do, unfortunately. That same friend had one for like a week, and then apparently it needed to come out, so. Okay. Arm corset. You haven't seen the corset piercings? Some people get squeamish, so I'm not going to show it on stream when it comes to piercings, but just Google corset piercing. Yeah, there are tons of them. They're everywhere. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, wait, why are these still a thing? What the fuck? Who is still getting these? Why is there so much reference on here? I thought that I was going to see like a couple of pictures of emo chicks when in My Chemical Romance t-shirts from 2008, not like girls at Taylor Swift concerts and shit. Okay, chill. Jeez, man. Like dermal piercings with laces. Yes. Yeah. Nick's nose. You hate it? Did you look it up, Brooklyn? Or do you just hate it too much and you just refuse to even look it up? Mm-hmm. You did? All right. Well, look. Okay, we'll give her a little bit of extra jewelry. We'll give her just a little wrapped chain around her arm. Listen, tiny gold chains, all right? Tiny gold chains are, well, I'll figure something out. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, dude, I so love having a flip phone. I so love it. It's so there's something inherently like just like 2000s about being able to close your phone like that I just can't get away from. I can't get over it. All right, I think that we're good now for the base design. Then I think this works for the base design. Oh no, I forgot harp and jewelry hand. We need to do her jewelry claw hand and harp. I forgot. Let's see. The different kinds of harps? I don't really think so. I think there's basically just anything that kind of works, you know? Yeah. Okay. It's going to be an over-designed mess, though. You do know that, right? Like, when it comes to character items, weapons, whatever, it will be an over-designed mess. You say, damn, does it really need all that extra crap on it? Which you have to say, yes, of course. What, are you new here? You fucking new? And to figure out the exact like amount of strings and stuff you have to have for a harp and whatnot, but something along these lines. And then the whole internet will say, Evan, draw my bard. And I'll say, only if they were using a harp. Get your loot-wielding bards out of here. Or Dashto, who uses the subcontrabassoon as his bardic tool. All right. Here we have, I think, our design for Addie. I'm also not a fan. Ah, sorry, Tombstone. Vesper doesn't know awkward. She's probably yelling at the hags she's got a bone to pick with, or a plant that somehow can operate a phone. Like, if I'm being honest, I don't want to offend Sabine, but honestly, if I was to say what Vesper's phone would be, like honestly, Vesper's phone would be like a, you ever find like a particularly flat, like phone shaped rock? Right? To which she would have like maybe like carved with her fucking fingernail in, scratched in like the makings of a phone. And then she just sits there talking to it, and everyone's like, does she know she's talking to a rock? Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Don't. You know? Right? Like, as she's just, like, rummaging through filth or whatever she does, like, you know, at the inn, she'll just, like, pick up her phone and be like, hello? Hags? Yes, this is Vesper. A sending stone, literally, except it doesn't do anything. It's just a rock. Okay? It's unfortunately just a rock. But little does anyone know it's actually an enchanted, like, you know, one-way sort of mini planar portal to the realm of the bog witch queen or whatever. And everybody who thought Vesper was just crazy had no idea that she was actually communing with the lich queen of the swamp or whatever. The Florida woman herself, so. Used to it by now? Okay, yeah. They just don't tell her, man. They don't tell her it's her rock. It's like when you give like a, you know, like back before we realized phones were bad and you'd give like a little play phone to like your like 4-year-old and they would just sit there talking to people on it, you know, and you're like, that's cute, right? It's kind of like that, except with a fully grown the warlock. So you have done the exact scenario, okay, including rummaging through your filth, because that would be like the full body character art for Vesper would look something like me drawing Gremlin Umaru rummaging through a pile of filth. So I don't know, like hot Smeagol or some shit. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Whoops. Okay. We're gonna leave that design there for now. I'm gonna save it. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab more ice for my drink. It's too warm, bro. Stretch my wrist out. So if you haven't gotten up in a while, man, please get up. Everyone must stand to their feet, except for Thorkin. You're excused. I will be right back. No revolts.
Visitors, how exciting.
I returned. Folks, you are following Reaper miniatures, then go. Wait, what? Oh shit, yo, Reaper. Goddamn, bro. Holy man. Caught me while I was away. Dude, listen to Atari. If you're following Reaper, please go follow Reaper. Welcome in, everybody. I'm sorry I was AFK. Ah, shit. Damn it. Thanks for doing the shout out. And thank you. I've gone to get ice and water, and also to show off. Well, first of all, again, thank you, Reaper. Appreciate it. If you got like Atari and I said, if you weren't following Reaper, probably should go give them a follow. They're the best time, all the time. But I have brought something to show, and I'm not sure I'll be okay. They're so tiny. Look at them, dude. They're little tiny Jordans, man. Look at it. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. If you guys weren't here, I was talking about how I didn't know they made shoes so small. Look at them, dude. They're the littlest. Those are huge. I know. I want them to actually be able to like waddle in them a little bit. So they aren't the babiest, but they're the babiest that I could get. And they match us my pair of Jordans ish. And this is not for baby to walk around in. This is for me. Okay? I want to take a matching Jordan's pick with baby in Adidas tracksuit, with me in Adidas tracksuit, and then these will go forever on a shelf. But I didn't know they made them this small, dude. That's so fucking cool, dude. Look at that. Bro, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Boys, I'm nesting. Oh, shit. All right. Thank you, Salesian. Appreciate it. Man, they are adorable, right? Being inspired by Obey, to be honest. Look, we gotta plan these things. All right, we gotta plan these things ahead of time. Okay, so this is our design. I think that we're gonna okay, Brooklyn, is there anything that you would like to add that isn't currently on the piece where you're like, man, I really need her to have a cape or something? Is there anything that we're like missing that's like a big thing that we can add in? Because if not, we're gonna... Can you show up the baby blanket? Sure, you can show up the baby blanket. If not, this is gonna be our base design we're gonna work from this week. And I'm gonna go... Okay, good. All right. She looks amazing. Dude, I'm so excited. It's actually one of my favorite character designs I've done in a long time. Like, holy man. She looks kind of sick, doesn't she? All right, cool. So we'll take a brief interlude to do a couple of belts, and we'll bounce back and forth today. What time is it? 12? Cool. So, got a lot of work to do this week. A lot of stuff off stream, which means on stream we need to be a little bit sporadic about projects and get a couple things done here and there, you know, as we're going. ORBATHON it, so to speak. Oh, hi. There's two?
So this one first.
Okay.
And it has a matching one.
Ella would like to show off the blankets that we found.
There's one other. I just don't know.
All right.
That one is a gift.
So this was a gift. This was the first one.
Oh no, the one I can't find.
Oh no. Okay. This one is blanket number 1, and it has dragons on it. Look at all the dragons, dude. That's so many dragons. That's our theming, is Dragon Baby, I think. It's so cool, man. Yeah, Dragon the Star Wars and Disney. Okay. There you go. Okay, dude. All right, this is the cool one. You ready for this? No, fuck that one. This one's cool. All right, you ready? You ready? Bro,
so pretty.
It's got a Millennium Falcon, a Master Yoda, a Vader, an R2, an X-Wing, and most importantly, a Wicket. Look at that shit, dude. It's so soft, too. It's so soft, man. So, dude, it's so cool. It's like all woven on one side and all soft on the other. I got this shit, bro. I got this shit at Pottery Barn, baby, and it was expensive. And I was like, is this what it's like to be an aristocratic white woman? Because, like, I don't know what Pottery Barn's all about, but I don't think I've ever bought anything from there before. Wait, you don't? What do you love Pottery Barn? We don't buy it. We never bought anything from Pottery Barn before. That place is just bougie IKEA, dude. It is expensive. Yes, all right. Thank you for showing off the baby blankets, Ella. So that's our loot we've collected so far. All right. Okay. So we're gonna do a belt, jump back in, see if we like Addie's design. So for the belts, here is the mission. Here's the goal. Long ago, guild lore. Long ago, I started streaming, and I said, thank you, Sir Cobalt, for the 10,000 bits. One auspicious day, Sir Cobalt was the first person to ever cheer a lot of bits, maybe cry. And I said, what the fuck can I possibly do to thank you? And he said, ah. And I said, well, what do we do for the emotes? And he said, ah. And I panicked. So I decided to make the Prestige Crumbs, which he thought was funny. So you got the very first ever Golden Crumb. Later, the memes flowed. And I said to Aduria upon him reaching a milestone of subscribers gifted to my stream, I said, what could I possibly do to thank you? And he said, Evan, I want a belt. A belt, you say. Why a belt? And he said, because you don't know how to draw anything but belts. You shit tier artist. And I said, want a fucking bet? I'll draw you the best belt I've ever drawn. I'll draw the best belt I've ever drawn. And I did. But now, years later, Duria has earned a few more belts to be said. And so we need to make some canonical belts for the guild. We need to make the progression of belts for the Dragon's Claim. This is a very important task that I said I would save till the next Orbathon. So since we are orbing hard this week, apparently, and for the next potentially 6 weeks, look at this fucking timer. Oh my god. Thank god. Okay. We have to draw orbs and belts in Croissant Island, which I did say that one of the ranks would be officially drawing Gorn Crystal on Croissant Island. So we need to draw some belts. And if you think that I am not capable of drawing belts, maybe
exhaustingly predictable. But then I suppose failure comes naturally.
God damn it, Lexer.
Oops, my hand slipped. Happy Orbathon.
It just went below 94 hours. Oh, it still is. Okay, thank God. Thank you, Lexer, for the 500 bits. Oh, God. Dude, it got so close to 100 hours. The Orbathon's gonna be going until fucking April at this point. I swear, man. If I don't start streaming 6 hours a day, which over the next 2 weeks, streams are gonna be a little bit shorter. Oh, God. If I'm still orbing in April, I'm just retiring. I'm just deleting my stream key. All right. If I'm still Orbathoning in April, I don't know, man. So thanks for the bits, but also, god damn it, you're not helping. I appreciate that, Lexer. You have no idea. That's very kind of you. All right. So when did I become known for drawing belts? What was it? What was the day? I don't know. I don't remember who the first person was to complain about it, but somebody did. We also need to find a progression of them. So we can't do the diamond, whatever, gold. Well, maybe we can, honestly. I don't know. We could do up to the Arkstone. belt. How many would that be? Hold on. How many fucking dumb, stupid emote crumbs are there? There's the silver, the gold, then it goes diamond, ruby, emerald, alexandrite, then sunstone, and then astrolonyx, then opal, then saccharite, then arkstone. Okay, so how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if I have 11 belts that match each with the crumbs, that's probably fine, right? There's no way that I'll ever need more than that for the guild. So we need to do one for each of the color of belts then. And I will prove once and for all that I am a multifaceted artist, that I'm able to draw things other than hot tieflings, that I can also draw belts. Whew, I'm not gonna escape this one, am I? It's gonna be a tough one, isn't it? Because they need to get more and more ridiculous every single time. So the first one can be pretty simple. So we'll do a belt and then jump back into. It's gonna be my way of like maximizing time efficiency is jumping between two projects at once. And so since we have one big project first, Brooklyn's character, we have the ability to jump between projects today, which is good. Okay, so let's start it off simple. We're not going to be too crazy here, okay? I mean, we're going to be a little stupid because that's obviously part of the point with it. Maybe one of the belts will just have a bunch of orbs on it. I don't think there's going to be a need for more than 11 belts. If there is, yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, or just never do it and say we're going to do it. Okay. So why is the belt the important part, the most important part of the D&D character? That's a great question nobody asked. Because how do you know what qualities of a character are important? Now, as a master artist who draws characters for esteemed clients all over the world, billionaires in Monaco, oil princes in the Middle East, Japanese Zaibatsu heiresses, and of course the book talk girlies, I've become an expert in this. And I just have to say that the most important part of a character for any person I design is the belt, because the belt is the gateway to the player options. Now, when you start your D&D campaign, you pick your character's background, race or species, class even. You might pick their you might pick their domains, their magic schools, other things like that. Which way did belts go? Left, right? Yeah, okay, sick. However, the things that really matter for the character are the items you select for your character. These are the items you buy. The 6-foot pole, the ink kit, the giant trowel. These are the true important decisions that a player makes about their character. Okay? And why does this matter? Because how do we tell a story of a character without telling the story of the things the player actually chose for them on their adventure that don't have to do with in-game power? And so, with that said, the place that you place all of your crap on, basically, is obviously your belt, which makes the single most important piece of a D&D character's well, I don't want to say personality, but you know, we all know that D&D players' personality is defined by the class. Unfortunately. When it comes to Silver Belt, we're going to have a basic, no personality character, a couple of bags maybe, a satchel. That's it. For even Silver deserves some level of design. Now Gold. Gold is where things begin to get serious. That's where things begin to get controversial. However, we'll have to leave that for the next one. Don't want to reveal all too early. I bounced to a lunch meeting. Ooh. Belts and not tieflings. That's not a bad career. Well, depending on who you ask. Depending on who you ask. I got a message on Instagram the other day, actually. That someone just said, like, so have you ever gotten a message where somebody asks you a question or something and then you don't respond and then they send you another message asking you another question? Like a couple of days later? Because that was my life when I checked my DMs the other day. And somebody asked me the question, how do you have a career doing that? Or do you do this for fun or for career? I don't think English was their first language. And then they said after that, a couple days later, how do you have a career, or how do you have career doing this? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. It's like, dude, you need to let me answer the first question. But do I tell them that it's just a matter of drawing hot tieflings all day? Until somebody decides that they want you to do it for them? I don't know, man. Probably Trapatari. Okay. Simple. Modest. Scroll tube, even. Or scroll section. Why scrolls? Well, listen. It's important to D&D players to have their tiny scrolls accessible. Are these their real scrolls? Not really. We'll put a health potion on the gold belt, alright? Just do some scrolls in this one. It'll be a good time, I promise. Okay. Scrolls, belt, some chips in it, some cuts, some scrapes. We'll do the gold belt as well, actually, right under it. Do a couple of them together. And that can be prudent. All right. All right. First of the day. There's our silver belt. The other one try to make a character whose personality could be slotted into another class in an attempt to find some character depth, like a warrior, happen to be a bard, or a wizard who could be a cleric. Ooh. Yeah, there's something cool about that. Like, you know, it's an interesting one that I really like is if you have characters that are part of like a divine order, but they don't have like a divine class. So you have your like sort of, there's like a Templar kind of like Crusader order in one of the in one of the D&D adventures that I'm like sort of loosely plotting out, where It's the one where you guys where you guys all play paladins and none of you survive. This is this like kind of crusader order that is like very much like devout in the name of the light and whatever, but it's all like there's different classes and stuff. So you think about like a divine ranger, you know, kind of like Lily from Dragon Age, you know, that sort of like vibe. And I think that there's like certain archetypes that are easy to fit them into, but going from one class to another like that's kind of tough. Like to try and just like pick any two random classes. That's kind of cool though. That's an interesting challenge, at least. Halfreed's backstory was would make it look like he should have been barred until he was taken in by a paladin order, and that's a great, like, you know, big changes like that too. A player character that was initially, let's say, like brought up in a background that was very favored to like maybe a martial tradition, and they go to, you know, a magic school or whatever, and that gives them some like kind of that informs their personality, let's just say, as a wizard. Maybe a little more swashbuckling than your average wizard. Gloomstalker Ranger, I play him as a rogue. Well, the problem is, though, that if you have a Gloomstalker Ranger and you play him as a rogue, you probably need to play a rogue anyway, because I'm pretty sure that giving rangers ranged weapons in D&D 5th ed is actually like against some sort of rule set. You know, Wizards has made it very clear they don't want people playing Rangers. In fact, they're very satisfied with players just going straight rogue. For anything, honestly. Rogue fighter? Who needs to, like, right now, rogues have domination over the daggers and dual wielding, you know, one-handers like that. They have domination over the bow and the range weapons. I think Wizards should just take the veil off, unmask themselves, and they should probably just fully allow rogues to use every weapon in the game. So realistically, if you want to play a ranger, you should probably play a rogue. I think that what you should do maybe next is give them access to the two-handers and great weapon fighting. So if you want to play a fighter, you should just play a rogue. Because sneak attack with a great sword is decent, you know? And following the current logic for wizards, I see it happening any day now. So, you know, I've been around this game for a while. I've seen the additions. Kind of like how at a certain point in time, if you want to play a sorcerer, you should have just played a warlock. If you want to play a wizard, you should just play a warlock. If you want to play a bard, you should just play a warlock. The Eldritch Hex Blasting Paladin. What, you want to play a paladin? Well, do you hex blast? Oh, no? You're not an Eldritch Hex Blasting Paladin? Well, then you're not a good paladin. So, honestly, Wizards could really just lock it down by just making Rogue and Warlock the only classes in the game. You know? But to be fair, okay, memes aside, this is something that I think Drawsteel does really well. I hear if you say Drawsteel 3 times, you summon Ashy. So if you don't know Drawsteel at all, you've never experienced the game or whatever, they divide the class sort of into the mechanics of the class into kind of 2 sections. Okay. So they divide it into kit and class, and this is really cool. So as a kit user, the kits are all different, like, sort of weapons fighting styles. So your kit can be, you know, a light armor, a shield, a bow, you know, weapons, whatever, right? So you can get all these different kits. But then you can also choose your class. And where's the class at? But the classes are a little bit different, okay? Where are they? Let me get what sensor. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me find a list of them. So all the classes are like the Censor, the Conduit, the Elementalist, the Fury, the Null, the Shadow, the Tactician, the Talent, and the Troubadour. But what's interesting is that you can combine those with any kind of kit, right? The Arcane Archer, our bow user, the Battle Mind, the Cloak and Dagger, the Shining Armor. I don't know how to move this way in fucking XL. Shit. The day I have to use XL and Sabine's not here. That was mean. I'm sorry. That was mean. Where the fuck is the other classes or kits? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so Cloak and Dagger, Dual Wielder, the Mountain Martial Artist, the Panther, the Pugilist, the Spell Sword. So you disconnect all of the like mechanics of how you fight with the kind of like armor and things you fight with. So you could be a you can be an elementalist. So you're a scholar that manipulates different elements, but be a Cloak and Dagger. So basically an elementalist rogue, an elementalist martial artist, a elementalist heavy weapon and armor user, an elementalist, shining armor, heavy armor shield. So imagine think of this like an elementalist shining armor, like or let's take the shining armor example here. So shining armor is your heavy armor / shield high defense character. So your big tank, you got it's the paladin. You got nice fancy plate on. You got your big your sword and your shield, and that's what you do. Is you're a big hulking tank paladin shining armor. But you can be then the Censor. So there you go, a heavily armored religious knight. So now you're just doubling down. You're a paladin at that point in time. You can be the Conduit. So the shining armor Conduit's a little bit different because you're more of a caster paladin. The Elementalist, you're like a storm, earth, and fire, fighter or knight or whatever. Versus the Fury, which I guess that kind of fits with the shining armor. You're just like a fighter at that point in time. Serb Arts, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But what's cool is like the idea of doing like a shining armor shadow, an expert assassin rogue specializing in stealth or shadow magic, and it works though, like it's pretty cool. So some of the spellcasters didn't get kits, but I'm still fresh in the rules, so I could be super wrong. No, you're right about that. So in general, the classes, so there are certain things like that. I'm pretty sure you can, like, there's from how Ashley and I were looking at it, is you can basically kind of combine anything. You don't always get a kit. It's like mostly for martial classes, but in that you can like pick, there's ways to, there's home rules and shit, and Matt Koval's talking about it. So, but yeah, you're right about that. Things like the elemental, so the null, I think, can't pick certain kits, but in general you can get the idea of how like you could be an arcane archer that is like, I don't know, a conduit, and now you have your like cool like archer fucking holy warrior or whatever. So that kind of inspires some of that storytelling, but I think that it's really hard to do in D&D, and it's like really fun when you do like kind of get that character vibe that's the character first and kind of the class second. Although I am a big fan of class fantasy. I personally think that class fantasy in D&D is one of those sort of lost. People maybe call it a bit of a relic, or like a vestigial sort of like storytelling system. But to be honest, when I was playing D&D in like high school and shit, the class fantasy was such a big part of it, and I always carried that through, so that when like World of Warcraft Legion came out, which focused super heavy on class fantasy, it felt like a return to old like video games and stuff. So, all right, belt 1 done. This is our silver. Now we go back to Addie and see what we hate. Now that I've not looked at her for a good 10 minutes. It's important, I think, to bounce between projects for me like this. How do we feel about this? I'm still trying to figure out where we can put jewelry on here, because realistically, any sense of like there's enough jewelry, there's too much jewelry is just basically giving up. It's just cowardice. We can probably put on like we have her like her gem gauntlet thingy here. Why do something on her other wrist? Maybe I should start the actual process of drawing her today. I'm just nervous that I'll need to like look at this like tomorrow or whatever and realize, oh my god, the anatomy on her kneecap is missing. Oh, that's too high up. There we go. The anatomy on her kneecap was too high up. But maybe, fuck it, YOLO. Maybe I trust myself. Maybe I just send it. We just straight up jump in. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Also take my breaks and we'll jump between doing a belt. Take a break from Addie, jump back in. Okay. I had some other poses that I was trying to figure out like some other like Final Fantasy dancer style stuff. You know? Couldn't really make this work though without it looking a little bit awkward with the whole skirts being layered and stuff. I like this one the most. Okay, we're gonna make this our under sketch. I'll call this the delete sketch. Delete sketch. And then we have a line work layer. Line work. Okay, now I can record then. Is this gonna be on the recording? The little portrait of Addie? Does that work? That works. Okay. Feature character for conventions has an elf wait. Characters for conventions have an Elvari monk. Elves get a wizard cantrip to put the shocking grasp in and let the monk player release it when they connect with an unarmed strike. Overpowered, yes, but cool as hell. Lightning monk. That is cool, actually. That reminds me of some like Path of Exile 2 kind of class or whatever. But I feel it. The thing that I'm really excited for Eldara subclass is actually the Arakai monk. Because if I'm being honest, the subclasses are something that I'm really like maybe the most excited about for actual like in-game Eldara related stuff. Right this moment. The classes are obviously a big deal, but I've been thinking about them a lot. And the subclasses are kind of fun to play with because they're not as like heavy. You don't have to like go in as deep on them. You can just sort of like take a cursory glance at another class and just hit it. Go straight into design. I was thinking of like custom resource systems and everything, so it's nice to take the pressure off once in a while. Now, I think we're going to mix sort of like leather and metal in here. But not real leather. That comment still lives in my head. I got a comment on YouTube a long time ago. And I did a character, I think it was Luna again. And she had her like her leather corset. And someone just said like, oh no, that's not real leather, is it? Sad face. I don't know, dude. This is a fantasy world, so I don't think they'd have access to imitation leather in a medieval fantasy setting. But, you know, it's virtual leather. You're right. It's virtual leather. Virtual leather. I got like a lot of weird pushback on wanting to do like leather dice trays and stuff for Ella for convention season next year. There's a lot of D&D nerds that are like, I refuse to buy real leather. It's bad for the environment. Like, I don't know about that, man. You know, choice is fine, but like I get it. People are like mad at me about it. I wanting to do like proper leather goods. It's fair enough, I guess, but it comes to a drawing of a character, being upset about it, I don't know about that, dude. I don't know about that one. Maybe we'll normalize our line here. Lots of violence, so much better for the environment. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, people have their own ideas about it and stuff. Coming from a place that like has such a large ranching industry, there's so much discarded leather that it's not like fur or something where you are, you know, where you're rearing animals just for their hide. It's like it would go to waste, or you can use it for something and not get a petroleum-based leather-like product. But like, you know, whatever feels right to you, I guess. That's why I don't really have an opinion on how people should feel about like real leather and IRL, but it just seems funny in D&D. Imagine being that guy that's watching Lord of the Rings and sees like Aragorn's tunic and being like, oh no, his duster coat isn't real leather, is it? I think that person was maybe on the internet too long. But then again, that's kind of par for the course for YouTube comments, right? Get on a whole tangent, but real leather is better for the environment than fake leather, which is just plastic. Not only is it biodegradable, but it lasts much longer. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the way like I was raised thinking about leather, especially with ranching communities and stuff around, that like all the energy and stuff that goes into producing plastics is like real bad. It's not good, man. It's not good, dude. But I know that's one of those topics that a lot of people are very opinionated on, so I don't necessarily fault people if they say, hey, cool, that you're making dice trays, Evan. I won't own a real leather dice tray. It's like, that's cool, man. I respect that. I might have my own opinions, but I respect it at the very least. But the fucking art, dude, like they put a disclaimer on, you know, that like Amelia Hearthwood like is wearing synthetic fur. It's synthetic gray wolf fur. Don't worry. And pleather belts. And styrene metal instead of real metal to avoid like mining or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Sister cosplay. I'm really curious if Illyria is actually going to do an Amelia cosplay at some point in the next couple of years. He was threatening it pretty hard at Ren Fair. Pretty cool. Yeah. But you're right, Sleege. It's a drawing. It's a fucking drawing, dude. I wonder if there's just too much internet for some people. People just need to get off the internet, you know? Maybe a little bit of metal on here. I don't know how we can show it without the color. I imagine a lot of like black and gold being Addie's like part of her theme here for this particular outfit. But like black, white, and gold is like definitely my jam personally, so most people benefit from getting off the internet once in a while. Yeah, you know, honestly, so when I got my my new phone, I honestly really have benefited from, I didn't put anything on here. So basically it's just a phone with YouTube and Pokemon Go, because I play it at the gym. So all of my like stuff, all of my work stuff, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, like the fun to scroll through shit is on my old like big giant phone that's like, I mean, it's not that much bigger or smaller or whatever, but it's much heavier. But it's got the one with the stylus. It's an ultra, and so it's nice to have this. So if I post a video or do something or edit a TikTok or whatever, it's on this phone. It sits right here, and it's made me like I've had the habit a lot of picking up my phone and looking at it, and I'll like unlock it and just like I'll be like at the doctor's office or whatever. I'll unlock it and just kind of like look at it and be like, oh, and then like, oh, I don't, you know, all right, just put it away. You know, like I didn't realize how bad of a habit my phone was. But it's nice to like, I'm trying so hard this year to intentionally disconnect from the internet more often. You know, I'm trying really hard to like go play video games with Ella on the couch together. I'm trying to, if I'm going to listen to something or at work or whatever, I'm not listening to like a YouTube video recommended, whatever. I'm just like finding like a, you know, a video I can watch for 3 hours, a podcast, a stream, something like that, long form. I'm really trying to like restore that kind of like level of attention economy or whatever myself. And it's been hard, man. Like it's actually, I think maybe I'm not, maybe I was like further down the path than a lot of people into, you know, internet-dom, but it's definitely been a benefit to me, and it's been really hard to like make an adjustment to it, but I'm doing my best. You know, I'm reading actual books before bed, trying not to be on my phone. And I've been getting to bed super early every day. Like I go to bed at about 9:30 or about 10. Like I'll take Una out at 9 to 9:30, and then I'm in bed at like 9:45 every day, so I can be up at 6 a.m. And it's so weird, like how much for my daily energy being up early and then working out every single day, except for Saturday and Sunday, but every single like work day of the week that I stream and do things on, have to be a person on. It's weird how much that's impacted it, like and benefited it. It's kind of crazy. And so definitely like not having the distraction of being on my phone before bed or whatever, going down a fucking rabbit hole or what or some shit, or being disappointed at Twitter or whatever it is I'm gonna do before bed. So I don't know, man. The same about myself. I've really been trying to break that compulsion to pick up my phone. Well, okay, you want to see a crazy experiment, Brooklyn? Here, you guys can try this, and this will actually be wild. So take your apps and move them. So if Instagram's on your bottom right, move it to top left. Switch it with Twitter. You know, if your fucking wallet app is on the bottom left, switch it with TikTok or whatever, and you switch them around, and it's like, it's so automatic that so often you'll find, like, I swear you'll see this. You'll go to open it, like you'll just automatically open your phone and click where Instagram is, and you'll open it up like, I don't know, your fucking car insurance or whatever. Like, what the hell? Like, just realizing how automatic it is to just like, you know, opening phone, interacting with it, right? And so like having nothing on it, like I was in the doctor's office the other day, and I was like, Ella was like on her phone doing whatever, and I like open my phone and I like open it and like scroll through my apps for a second, and I was like, wait, I don't have anything on this phone. What am I doing? And I was like, I'm so silly and dumb. I put my phone away, and I'm just like, yeah, you know, the brain needs time to rest. The brain needs, like, you need downtime for your brain to process thoughts, emotions, whatever. You know, it's been described in some ways like, you know, back in the day when we were like hunting and shit like that, we'd have like an hour-long slog back to the camp, to the tribe, to the cave, dragging whatever, to like your body to like unload this shit, you know, for you to think through things and whatever. And so like just sitting there and chilling, waiting for 10 minutes at the doctor's office, just listening to the music, just staring out the window is like a good thing for you, I think. And then, so I'm like, wow, I'm so silly. I checked my phone. And then like a minute and a half later, I don't even remember getting my phone, but I remember opening it and unlocking it and hitting the like app scroll button, like scroll the page to the side again. I'm like, what the hell? It hasn't even been 2 minutes. I just made the realization that was dumb. So I think that's how fucking cooked that was, man. You know, I'm trying to uncook, to decook my brain, but man, it's bad. It's bad. Holy. Like, bring a real book once in a while. That's a big help. Haven't gotten to that stage yet, but I think it'll probably be. Stop doom scrolling, Tombstone. That's right. Stop doom scrolling. You got to work on your passions. on your dreams, on your art. Create more than you consume, said Samwise Didier. It's literally how I stopped using Twitter. I put Blue Sky in its position on my phone. Now I don't even go to Blue Sky every day either. Yeah, right? Dude. The decooking of the brain. Because I'm also very conscious of it. Because like, kids apparently, like... There's something like one of the predictors for child like literacy, whatever, all these like kind of like good qualities is actually parental screen time. And if your kid sees you always looking to your phone, then your kid's gonna associate your phone with like a phone with something that's like demanding of attention, right? And that's how a lot of them will like be like, oh, I want to look at the phone too, you know? And so I gotta be really careful with that. I don't want a baby to like ever see me on my phone, you know? If I'm like hanging out with baby, I want it to just be like me and baby, like fully there and present and in it. But it's tough, man. It's so tough. Like I say, I might have been more internet coded and cooked than the average person. I don't know. But it's been tough for me to break. I did about 6 weeks off social media and found myself still grabbing my phone and opening random apps. Like your photos still, right? It's just mechanical. You want to scroll something, right? That's why I'm like would scroll through my apps instead of like app pages, instead of like an actual thing or whatever. Stop TikTok for bank actor might be smarter with money too. Yeah. Yeah, just try that. Yeah, how it goes. Oof. Dude, I'm so nervous as to worried about like internet and exposure with kid and whatever. It's on my mind, man. It's on my fucking mind. All right. Maybe not jewelry, but like, you know, ornate design and gilded. I mean, of course it is a magic weapon, or magic weapon. Of course it's a magic weapon, yes. Magic item that gives her armor. I suppose it should be fancy and have like gilding and shit all over it. I'm glad you like it there, Brooklyn. Alright. There are little straps. Or little clasps, whatever. Little claspies. How do we do this? New layer. That's how. That's how. Precisely. And we'll just copy the line work up there. Easy, man. They say it has to be hard. And they said art had to be hard. Oh, wait. It's brutally difficult. Nothing like the small little design details, right? The little ones that just bring it together. I don't think we'll have one under the arm, but yeah, probably not. Okay. Might actually use a good fill layer for this. Fuck, man, I want to paint it. I gotta get back to painting like characters and stuff often. You know, I gotta add like a color option for character portraits and stuff on Coffee this year. I definitely want to get back to more painting in my whole routine. Even though it'll probably be a bit of a slog to get back to being used to it. That's okay, you know? Take our time. Ease back into it. Should do daily painting again. That was actually a really fun warm-up side during the summer. Did like a couple weeks of it too, which is cool. The crazy high daily phone usage is embarrassing, honestly. I don't think it is embarrassing. Whatever your high phone usage is, like average daily phone usage in America. The average daily phone usage in North America is over 5 hours a day. That's the average. So there's a lot of that means that there's a lot of people in that sort of range, that like bell curve range, into the like 6, 7, 8 hours, you know. And I think like 4 to 5 hours is where I was for a little while, which is insane. It's hard for me to tell though, because if I'm at the gym, I'm on my phone the whole time, right? Like I'm listening to YouTube and stuff. And then if I'm like doing cardio, I have usually a podcast or something that I'm watching. But if I'm at home, it's the app usage. It was TikTok, Instagram, Twitter that I had to look at, you know, which was the high usage where I was like, oh my God, like, and I don't know what it is on a daily, but I'd see on a week, it'd be like 10 hours in a week. It's like, what the shit? I was like on an app actively engaged with it for like 10 hours a day or 10 hours a week. It's more than an hour a day of just being sit on this app. And I know it's probably like not that bad either compared to like some people that have maybe like work real jobs and don't have their PC. Because if we're going to consider like just basically bullshit time usage, it's also, you'd have to factor in YouTube on the PC for me or whatever it is. So no, I don't think it's anything to be embarrassed about. I think it's just like the way that the modern world is, you know, everything is about sort of the attention economy. Every one of these companies has this like system built into it for attention. That's the algorithms. That's the mechanics of it. And so if you think you can just sort of like beat it and just like not get sucked in, dude, I think you're outgunned, you know? Like not like the specific you, the rhetorical you, the us, the we. I think we're outgunned. Cause like, you know, there's shit going on in your brain when you're looking at Twitter and shit like that and scrolling YouTube that is not, you know, that is by design, basically. It's why I really liked watching Twitch when I first started working and doing like art, because Twitch is like, you could just kind of chill, man. You know, you could just like get into a stream and just like put it on for a couple of hours and relax. Podcasts isn't the same thing about them. You can just put a podcast on and just listen to it, you know? Been doing a lot more playlists when I like Spotify playlists when I'm just focusing on work and just trying to like be kind of like really in it, enter into that flow state, as it were. One tells me I do 8 hours, but I do stuff like listen to 3-hour true crime shows, or 4 hours while cooking or sculpting. Yeah, so it's hard to same thing for me, you know. It's very difficult to figure out what actual phone usage per week is. It's definitely gone down since I ripped everything off my phone that wasn't, you know, stuff that I cared about. We had someone say the way you spend your hours is how you live your life, and that really motivated me to stop scrolling TikTok for hours and actually do meaningful things in my time. God, yeah, that's true, isn't it? It's absolutely true. If there's one thing I struggle with and suffer from a lot, it's probably like that, like overwhelmed paralysis feeling that I have to really grit my teeth and push through. I think about how many hours there are in the day and how productive I can be. That's why this morning when I said I was feeling really good, when Mel asked me how I've been and I said that I've been feeling really good, it's been a matter of I feel like I have been having the kind of days I want to have. You know, like when you, I think like when you sort of like negotiate with yourself and you're like, okay, what's the day that I actually want to have? If you could play me like a sim and I could just demand that I do the work or do whatever, or just like say, hey, you're asleep for 8 hours, then you're going to take an hour to get ready for the day. You're going to do this, that, you know, whatever. It's like being able to select that time and sort of live up to that standard has felt really good. Like, I want to go, I want to be the kind of person that has the habit of going to the gym every day, like, or well, most days of the week. I go 4 to 5. So, well, 4 to 6 actually, which has been cool. So like being able to say like, okay, well, how do I need to build this habit? I guess I need to go to bed early. I guess I have to give up video games late at night. Okay, that's fine. And then you get your sleep schedule, and then it's no longer hard to get up to the gym, you know? Like going to the gym every day is not hard for me anymore. And then you're like, what's the next habit? What's the next habit? How do I spend my day? What do I spend my time doing? And that's a big thing that I think about for video games, because like I don't know if there's anybody in this stream chat guild here today that has ever been as addicted to fucking video games as I have been. But like, man, that was a big thing, you know, trying like realizing the real cost for spending your time like that. I mean, it's totally exactly the same thing as that quote, you know, that quote just words it really well. But it's that feeling where you're like, dude, what am I doing? You know, for me, it was like, you know, I would spend maybe 10 hours a day playing World of Warcraft and other games and stuff like that. And it's like, I just spent 4 hours trying to like do boss runs to get this stupid mount in MMO. Like this is back when I was in my 20s and shit. And I would think to myself, like, what could I have done in 4 hours? Like, what is 4 hours of, you know, like Japanese lessons or coding work or whatever. Now, obviously you kind of burn yourself out if it's just all work, you know, so that's not good either. So it's like, what's the kind of day that I want to have? And so trying to figure out like relaxing or whatever. Yeah, old Saffron. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a character that's actually for Brooklyn. There you go. Got a little bard there. Yeah, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. So I try and plan it out, and it's like I would like to work until like this time, and then I'd like to spend some time with Ella. But the time that I'm gonna spend with Ella, I'm not gonna spend like, you know, alone. I'm not gonna spend my relaxation time alone on a video game grinding something that doesn't matter. I'm gonna spend it playing a game, sitting with Ella. And that kind of changes the kind of games that I can play too. But it's really a great feeling when it's kind of like working out. You know, when you feel like you're actually sort of like living that life and that meeting that standard that you want to hit for yourself on a daily basis. It's why I always say that I feel like if I'm not doing anything or one thing, if I'm not doing everything right, I'm not doing anything right. Because it's just like all like having a good day, it all kind of like compounds on itself. You go to the gym, you eat right, you spend your time well, go to bed early, you know, you don't waste time doing bullshit or whatever. You feel like you can kind of like do everything right. Maybe it's just a me thing, I don't know, but I definitely been feeling that recently where I'm feeling like really good about how I'm spending my days. But you know, it is a massive kick in the ass motivator to get your fucking shit together when you know that there's a little baby on the way. So I mean, that might be part of it. That might be part of the buff that I have right now, but definitely feels artificial. Definitely feels like it's a world buff that I got at some point. Good job inventing a hottie. I know, dude. Brooklyn has the best characters. Saffron, I love working for Brooklyn's characters. This is the portrait of the character. This is so Brooklyn got me to draw this character a while ago, Addie, and so she asked for a full sort of like character design of her after she got the portrait done. So there she is, man. Look at that. Look how cool she is. Thanks, Sappho. I'm glad you like it. That is the Beltathon. Got to grind for orbs. I did the first belt. We did the silver. I'm gonna take a break in a little bit and do the second belt. But I've got 11 belts to do, Samurai, because the problem is that Aduria gifted too many subs in this chat and now needs belts to you know, for me to thank and apologize for all the gifted subs. So oh shit, dude. Gift sub in the yo, Lexer, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for that, dude. What the hell, man? Thank you for contributing to the Orbathon. Yes. The counter is almost at 94 hours. Bro, we're almost there. Holy shit. We're almost. We are almost. Need belts as well. I have a 50 gifted. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. They're not worth grinding. They're a stupid meme. That is all. That is all. Aduria doesn't recommend it. I don't recommend it. Nobody does. Alf doesn't recommend it. I trust her to watch my drink. Good. That's a what a resounding endorsement, Saffron, for a character. Yeah, shit, dude. Not sure on the lack of beard. And the tiefling doesn't seem very manly. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know it's kind of bothering me as well, but how will the internet know that I can draw big, hairy, sweaty, manly men? How will they know? Actually, a character I just recently got references for Big Project has a beard and a big mustache and has that like craft beer lumberjack aesthetic. You know what I mean? So I'm very excited when I saw that. Very excited when I saw it come across my desk. That I'm in fact going to get to draw a big, hairy, sweaty, manly man. Not for no real reason. I just, you know, it's a diversity in kind of the art I make. Yeah, you know, just different kind of like, you know, warlocks and draw all kinds of like classes and stuff. That yeah. Posted Saturday on 14 last night. It's a TDC gaming club. Another set I was thinking about posting, but I don't know if it's swimsuits are okay in the server. As long as they're listen, if it's not something that if it is safe. If it's a Final Fantasy 14 like in-game set, it's safe. If it is a set or something that required a mod to do, then no, it's not safe. Let's see. What do we got here? Ooh, wait, where the fuck is this? Where's the locale? Bro, you got them tats going on too. It's wild to me the kind of stuff you can do in 14. Wait, what? It's crazy to me the kind of like, you know, sets you can get going on the game. That looks sick, bro. I like that. I like the fuchsia and powder blue Miami cyberpunk vibe. You know, that's some of my favorite colors to go together. Make me feel all, I don't know, vintage and shit. That's good shit, dude. Lady Blair, thank you for the follow. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. Welcome in. Holy. Like I owe a tithe or something. The family nobility found me. Vanilla Sims are safe for work. Yes. Yeah. Anything that, yeah. Anything you didn't have to mod in is fine. That's all good. Blazing Reshade, not vanilla, G-Pose. Azalea definitely has all of that. But would not admit to it because mods are banned in Final Fantasy 14. Right? Right. We would never do anything without the approval of the Senate. It's definitely not vanilla, right? Yeah. That wasn't even the swimsuit? Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. No, I know. I like that one too. Looking for a bit, enjoying the vibes? Dude, I appreciate that. Thanks for chilling, Lady Blair. I'm honored to have you. So there is a thing about, and I'll show you that. You want to know where my trauma with fucking arm bows and ties goes? How deep this goes? So one of my favorite characters designs is Yuna from Final Fantasy X. And Yuna had these ties on her sleeve that keep her impractical sleeves up. I don't know what it is. There's something about the elbow era or area like tie that just I always love. I don't know why, man. But I'm putting it on this character too. I like the idea that there are maybe like signature staples and stuff that people can kind of like recognize of design decisions that I make, which is like good and bad. Obviously, you want to be always doing new stuff, but it is nice to also have things that like are maybe like trademarks or whatever. I don't know if this is one yet, but it's one I go to a lot. Everybody memes with the belts and shit, but if you look close, there's other ones. They updated the glamour system in Final Fantasy 14. Really? You can glam gear for other classes and mix and match now. What? I can glam my potato to look like a dragoon? Wait, are we mad about this? Hold on. Is this good? Wait, I don't know how I feel about this. I think I'm okay with it. Wait, am I? You made you look like a Reaper? Like, I think it's probably fine. But there's something I just liked about, like, class identity. Wait, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not mad about it. But I don't know if I will personally glam out of a class. Maybe like a piece here or there or something like that. Ooh, I don't know. I gotta try that. It would be cool to like have a white mage glammed up like a paladin and look like a World of Warcraft paladin healer. That's the only thing I always loved about the paladin class in Warcraft was the Holy Paladin. I love the plated healer vibe. You know, the heavily armored healer. That's a vibe for me, okay? I enjoy that one. I think that's cool, okay. Besides, there's so much like ridiculous glam out there that you're in a raid of people that look like they're like fucking cactuses and shit. Like, what's the harm in them looking like they're out of their class? I guess, right? Like, that's probably fine, you know? Realistically, I probably shouldn't be complaining about it. Love it. I can put a nice big hat on my Reaper now. Wait, hold on. Is this live? Is this a live update? Whatever thingy? Did they expand the amount of glam you can store? Because I think, honestly, the Final Fantasy glam system is probably one of the worst systems in Final Fantasy that doesn't need to be that bad. What the fuck? Let me see the shit. Let me see the shit. I wonder if I can ask Ella or let me switch from being a Lalafell now. No, I have to be a respectable adult. My son can't grow up knowing that his dad played a fucking stupid joke Lalafell character. Oh shit, I need to stop recording. Crap. I forgot that Final Fantasy 14 opens up in a different window now. Alright, hold up. Hold up. Let's see this shit. Purely because it makes things easier for everyone. Plus, Yoshi P probably got tired of hearing this constantly. I would imagine, yeah. That's a good point. Ninja Glam looks very D&D rogue. Okay, cool. Server's congested. There's 19 players in queue. I haven't seen a congested server on Final Fantasy 14 in an age, man. What the hell, dog? I'm supposed to get into the game at this point. Bro, hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. There we go. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Real quick. Need to just do the house. Yo, tell me long story. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's see if Ella's house got deleted yet. Ella house check. Ella estate check. No, her house did not get deleted, but we have a new neighbor. What the fuck? What is this barnyard ass looking fucking atrocity here? No, god damn it. Ugh. They opened the neighborhood to the pores, I guess. Okay, where's the glam system? I have not played Final Fantasy in a long time. Where is my glam button? Oh, no, you need to go to a fucking thing, don't you? Hold up. I'm still wearing my Christmas glam from last year on my paladin. If you can believe that. With the hat that Ashy gave me. Let's see. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Dude. My mind's still ticking away in Warcraft. Oh wait, do I have a glam mirror in my apartment? I might. I like the hotel room. Okay. Okay. So, oh, we already have a paladin. I thought we didn't have one. Okay. So you're saying okay, that's kind of sick. Okay. Okay, that's kind of sick. Okay, all right. So I can just be a paladin in every class, is what you're saying. And I don't want to do this every time. Okay. All right. Okay, that's pretty cool. I still don't know how I feel about it. But what is it what's the pose? V pose? Yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. That's kind of cool, I will admit. Bro, I can be a little lightsaber wielding Jedi samurai paladin potato. Holy. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I'm not mad. I mean, I'm a little mad. I'm a little mad. Because I kind of like when there was all like the paladin players all look like paladins and shit, you know? The fact about Lalthals, there was a relic weapon in the game that had a shield that had like a white barrier around them. At the time, they didn't adjust the shield to the race height and size. Lalthals were gleaming. Wait, we're glamming the shield onto them. Have a nicely sized shield and a giant aura like glow. Wait, that's sick. Why'd they fix it? God damn it. God damn it. Second Saturn spoilers? Alright. Oh, that's cute. How do you get the tats? Is that a an add-on or whatever? I'm guessing it's an add-on or some shit, right? With the tats. I play a perfectly vanilla game of Final Fantasy 14. Look at all the vanilla. Bro, you guys haven't seen the Guild Hall in a while, hey? I haven't done... Wait, did we update it for Christmas? We still have our online... or our in-game Guild Hall for the Dragon's Claim. We still have our Guild Hall. Look at it. Look how cool, look how nice it is in here. Wow, dude. Look at the Guild Hall. Look at all the plants and stuff. Ooh. The Dragon's Claim Guild Hall. Oh my god. Someone left a message in the Guild Hall. Wait. I put one of the gold bars in my paper bag and ripped it open. What? Okay, cool. Thanks, man. And then we got our war room downstairs. Look at it. Wow, dude. Look at how nice it is in here. Look at how good of a job I did. Ooh. Look, we got the guild fireplace and we got guild seats and a guild war map, and there's a guild upper level that was a bitch to fucking do, because if you guys know housing. Look at how nice the guild hall is, man. Wow, we should play this game again as a game. Yeah, we should start playing Final Fantasy 14 again, shouldn't we? This is sick, man. Yo, look at our expensive fridge that I got on auction for $30 or 30,000 bucks or whatever. Apparently it's a lot more than that now. I don't know. I don't think I've done anything for my private room. Who has private rooms here? A bunch of people left, or I guess they canceled their subscription or whatever. Huh. I don't know. I don't think I've made my private chambers here. 30 million? Jesus. Yeah, I gotta finish my guild private chamber. I got decently far on it, hey? A lot of it was just vanilla stuff. My apartment, though, I still really like. My apartment was the first place I ever made. I still won't change it. Like, obviously, I've gotten better at housing. You cancel yourself, your room will stay, by the way. Okay, they probably just left the guild then to go play with friends or whatever. That makes sense. I refuse to change my apartment because even though it's kind of messy, it was the first place I ever did. So it's a little disjointed and stuff. I still don't want to. I don't want to fuck with it because it was the first. Like, I know how to do proper walls and stuff now, whatever, and you know, platforms and shit, but I still like it because it was like, dude, this was a fun time when I just started playing. Oh man, I want to play Final Fantasy now, dude. Fuck. I hope Ella can play again sometime soon. 14's lagging. There we go. Stop being able to play it when Ella's migraines got really bad because she couldn't play the game without getting a massive fucking migraine. I really hope she can play sometime soon. Her migraines have been a lot worse during pregnancy, which sucks, but you know, we'll hope for the best for her. We'll hope she can at least play video game again. Sent Shield into the TDC room. All right. What the shit? That's so cool. Bro. Come on, man. Why can't we have anything cool anymore? Why does everything have to be fun detected? Why does everything that's fun have to be detected? Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll go finish this story even if Ella can't play with me. Maybe I owe it to me. Be better than grinding the same old games over and over again. Out of curiosity, what does your weight list look like? For art, do you mean? So, talked about this a bit earlier today on the stream, but here's the plan. So right now, I am working on a massive project. This is an official big project for a big publisher that a lot of you guys would know, for a big project, for a big person that you guys would know. Can't talk about too much right now. I don't know what I can talk about, but I am under NDA. So until like there's an announcement of like Evan's doing this by someone like formally for the project, you know, whatever. But I think a lot of you guys know about it. That is going to be the next couple weeks for me. It's just a ridiculous amount of work. Like 90 hours worth of actual straight drawing in the next 10 days, which is going to be a lot. And I'm very excited about it. After that, February is going to be a time where I am finishing up a bunch of projects and requests and things like that from last year, from people who were putting in coffee requests and whatever in September, October, November, December. And that's going to be awesome. And so the plan is for March to be me reopening commissions and things like that for a little while. It'll be through coffee. I'm probably not going to do big formal commissions. Just sketches like this via coffee for a couple of months, just to kind of chill, because with baby arriving in May, I don't want to bite off too much more than I can chew, as it were. So probably just be chill coffee sketches like this, character designs, things like that. But in February, I'll probably like make a post in the guild Discord to let people know that I'll like open slots or whatever, and the slots will be for like March, April, that kind of timeline. But I'll open it to the guild first before I make anything public to Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Because the second like Instagram, after like I noticed after I hit around 10,000 followers on Instagram, as soon as I open stuff up, if I ever posted anything about it on Instagram, it just immediately filled. So before I like bring it to the world or whatever, I'll always let the guild know so that you guys can have first dibs if anyone has anything that you want done. To be like first in the queue kind of thing. So yeah, it'll be a little bit, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Lexer. It'll be a couple of months before I'm gonna be able to be doing a lot of like projects again. This is part of this is from last year. Brooklyn requested this character, so that's why I'm kind of starting to make it up. Like I would be doing, if I could, which I don't know, if I could be working on the big project on stream, I absolutely would be working on a big project on stream right now. But I don't know if I can. I'm erring on the side of I can't. Because I got permission from one person, but I don't know how that tracks with the rest of the thing. It's the whole thing. Anyway, so stream projects between now and then will be projects that'll look like I'm like doing like regular commissions and stuff and whatever Eldara stuff. But it's actually just like the only thing I can really do on stream right now. So yes, that's the plan. That's where we're at right now. I'm very much looking forward to getting back to having like multiple projects a month kind of thing, or even every couple of weeks a new big character. And then a bunch of little character designs and small portraits and stuff. We shall see. Okay. How much more arm jewelry do you do? Oh, shit, I forgot about the knots in this. Whoops. Shit. And streams might be a little bit shorter as well over the next little while, because I do need to prioritize getting this big project done. Has to be in and finished by the end of the month, which is like a pretty tight timeline for it. Expanded and a little bit, which is awesome, and I'm very excited about being a bigger part of it, but it means that there's a lot of stuff. I thought that it was going to be smaller projects in addition to a couple of big ones, but it's actually, there's a couple of big ones in there as well that were like extra. It's like, oh shit, okay. Let's go, dude, you know? Let's get after it. Welcome back, Sabine. What's up, dude? Our meeting was good. As good as a Tuesday afternoon meeting can be. I've only found that because I was trying to glam my paladin for a really cute movie scene in 14 with cosplay. That's cute. Found I don't have any oversized shields, but that was as close as we got, and it was by accident. I do wish Lalafels could get bigger shields. I do wish that. As much as I think it's funny to play a dumb little Lalafell potato, I do wish that I could have a better shield. Updated drop so sooner than originally planned. Wait, what? Updating? I'm confused. It's good to know. I have no issues waiting. My paladin needs her body. Okay, cool. Cool. Gotcha. I'm down. That is kind of funny if I get a bunch of requests to do like completed versions of characters. That would be extraordinarily amusing for me. I'd find that a great use of that slot on coffee. That'd be probably the chief way of doing it anyway. It's exciting though. I've got characters whose designs are already kind of locked in, but I'm really picky on how they're otherwise drawn. I'd love to get portraits of them in the future. Yeah, for real. My favorite thing to do is like portraits for people in the guild, because, you know, you guys kind of know what to expect, and if you want me to do something, you're always just the best to work with, you know. The scary to work with people are the people who I've never had interaction with from TikTok or whatever, that just have like maybe an expectation that doesn't fit what I do, and it's kind of like, why are you asking me to do this, you know? You don't want me to do this for you. So I'm always super excited when I see names of people I know on there. It's literally the best. It's my favorite thing, yo. All right, Addy. I need to work slow. Oh, am I still recording? Fuck not. God damn it. I stopped it to play Final Fantasy. Whatever. Remember, if we hit 60% of the piece recorded, that's enough. I need that stupid red light. Like it's hidden by my tablet. So it's like right. I'd see. God damn it. God damn it. Had a full color portrait made based on the design you did. I'm so obsessed with it. Oh, really? Dude, that's sick. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I'm glad I can contribute in some small way to that. That's really cool. I really do want to skip back to painting portraits and stuff like that and doing proper paintings. But it just takes me so long that I can't make it. Like I can't justify it a lot of times with projects. I can for like Eldara stuff, but for commissions, it's just way too. It's way too much. And like, I've also realized the coffee sort of like method is so much better for me, like mentally. It's so much healthier for me. Maybe I'll just keep expanding them out into larger and larger projects and see if people want them, you know? It's also the dumb idea one of my friends had where she said I should try a character adoption. That could be kind of silly. I know it's not something that happens in D&D, right? Might do that this year. We'll do an ORBATHON character adoption. Rendering is hard, makes my brain yeah, I know. Also, so you want to get better at it. Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the more difficult things to practice because you kind of need to like, it's so excruciating and there's no way to like quickly do it. Rendering's a pain in the ass to like practice. There's no way around it. But it's one of those things that like sets artists apart. You can have a great design idea. I mean, you can also like select your kind of like subclass as an artist, and I'm definitely a concept artist, so I'm not an illustrator. So I will probably never be. Well, I mean, I'm really greedy, and I want to be like as good as the best artists and the best concept artists, the best illustrators. But I'll probably never be the best at like full-on illustration, painting, and stuff like that. But concept is where my specialty is and where I'm happiest. So I have to give up a little bit of my ability to do illustration and render and stuff. That's fine. But it's a skill that I should like really be improving on every week, regardless of if I'm using it that often or not. Explain artists that do character adopts for tabletop stuff. Really? I had no idea. I'd never seen one. Okay. Maybe I'll do one. It'd be kind of fun. I mean, it's always the kind of the trade-off, the cost versus like, it's like you can make the most amount of like you can charge, you can charge the most amount of money for full on, like what do we call it? A full process, maybe? Call it full process. Mission. And then you can charge maybe like less if you like do like limited process commission. And then you can charge less, but do request style or skeb style. But skeb is like a very anime team thing that people don't know what that's that you know, request. And then you could do maybe like the less would be adoption. But there's also another like factor here, right? The other factor that goes along with this list is as you go up the list, you actually are art directed more. So I never did this. I've never offered limited process commissions. If you and I are working on a character, it's a full process, man. Like we're going deep on this. We're talking all the time, going back and forth. I'm giving you the full experience of building this character with me, and I want it to be perfect for exactly what you want. That's what people pay for though, but it's very expensive. So for instance, just for current prices, the thing is like, for a full process like character portrait, if I have to email back and forth or whatever, if I have to do like, you know, whatever, for a full character portrait, I'd probably charge $300. like literally more than double what I currently charge on coffee. For limited process, I don't know, because I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in like, you get 2 revisions, you get whatever. Like that kind of stuff is just like kind of obnoxious to me. Like either let the person go all the way with you and make a bespoke product that is, or bespoke service where the product is individual and specific to them, or don't do it at all. That's kind of mine. I know a lot of artists operate in this area where they kind of try and limit the influence of their client as an art director. But I don't like doing this. I feel like this is kind of a useless tier. But that's just my opinion and how I work. And there's a lot of artists that really thrive here, and that's awesome for them. The request style is where I think I'm happiest, maybe. Because you get a little bit of art direction in here, which means that you can do stuff. You get a little bit of direction from the person, but you don't get an overbearing amount of art direction. You don't get nitpicking, you don't get micromanagement, you don't get that kind of stuff. And so what that means is sometimes, occasionally, people are unhappy-ish. It's like maybe like an 85% hit rate. Like maybe there's like 15% of the time someone's like a little bit like, you know, okay, like I would have rather liked to see him with a ponytail that looks like a ferret. You're like, sorry, man, you know. And but very rarely, I think people are usually, maybe rather than like 85% of people are happy, I think people are like 85% happy with their commission request, right? It's not exactly what you want, but it's very close. It's a good representation, hopefully, of what you're feeling with their vibe. Hopefully they did a good job with that, and it definitely doesn't cost fucking $300, right? I think this is $125 or whatever right now. And the adoption thing would be basically 0 art direction. Like 0% art direction. Maybe this is like 20%. This is like question mark %. And this is 100%. But can anyone guess why I don't like doing full process art commissions? Knowing that this is 100% art direction, can anyone understand why I don't like doing this? I like art directors. I like working with art directors, but they have to have the skill set to art direct. And I mean this with all the love in my heart, but a lot of people don't know how to art direct. And that's okay. You shouldn't have to know. But I don't like being directed. I don't like being pointed at and told to change things into a worse idea just because somebody in their game because their DM told them they got a gauntlet that looked like a Cheeto. Now you have to draw a gauntlet that looks like a Cheeto. You're like, that's a dumb idea. Why don't we make it a gauntlet that fits the rest of your character? Oh, sorry, man. It's supposed to look like a Cheeto. And you're like, okay, man. People on Blue Sky do that. They don't appear to be super popular, but also it's enough. Some people make a living, really. It's great for people who have character sheets, but no design. Interesting. Take care, Legion. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Personally, limit process commissions because if people are going to clone me, they should at least see my examples and know what I'm capable of. I've been a part of too many communities that are like, actually, their hair is 2 inches out of place. Yeah, dude, that's fucking, yeah. Because you like to mostly do character designs, right? Well, yeah, but people can micromanage and art direct character designs a lot too. So the thing is that like giving direction and knowing what you want is actually a very difficult and rare skill. And so a lot of the times it's better usually for the design if somebody kind of like tells me what they're going for and I can interpret that as best I can. If you're a good artist, you can interpret that. And then you can give them something that hopefully surprises them. Like I'm hoping that for Brooklyn, I'm hoping that she didn't know that she wanted Addie to look like this. My goal when I do a character design is to give you something you didn't know you wanted, right? That it fits the exact vibe of what you want, but you didn't know what that looked like. And there were certain things in there that you're like, I didn't think of giving her horn chains that hung between, but that's fucking rad. And it gives off the ostentatious eccentricity that I wanted about my character, right? But if somebody had told me I want their horn to have 3 rings on one side, one ring looks like a panda, the other ring is the ring of the ancient serpent, one devouring, the other whatever the other one was doing, Saruman, right? Like if somebody's getting so fucking specific about it, and it's better, like, and again, it's easier if someone says like the vibe of what they want, and then I can be like, here's some ideas, and they're like, that's fucking perfect. That is better, I think, than a lot of times people being very specific. But I will say, if it is your money to spend and you are commissioning an artist, you should have every single level of control that you want. You are purchasing an artist's service. If you want to micromanage every small little minute detail to be exactly under your specification, you absolutely have the right to do that. And there are some artists that love that in a client. Like, dude, I don't have to make any decisions. You just tell me what you want. I'll fucking do it for you. And then there you go. Bing, bam. I don't have to think too hard about design. You don't have to like worry about not getting exactly what you want. There you go. But for me, that's soul sucking. I hate that. I fucking hate that. So it's not worth it for a project. It makes me hate doing commissions. It makes me hate doing art. So the most amount of loose, like the more looseness is better, you know, in the process for me. So that's why I like doing this. It's fun, but it's also a risk to have this be something that I advertise. Because if I said Silesian, Brooklyn, Sabine, Azalea, maybe, I'm kidding, Lexer, maybe. If I say like people that I've worked with that I like working with, and it's like, oh yeah, I know, like Brooklyn and I could spend an hour on Discord talking about adding specific designs, and we'd have a crazy great design, you know, at the end of it. That'd be fucking sick. But the problem is, if I offer this as like a product that I release to the wild, and somebody comes in that is from the Reddit r/elf ears, you know, subreddit or whatever, and they want to do that, then I've just entered into this like very close-knit time contract with somebody for an extended period of time that I'm just miserable in the whole way. So I think going forward, I'm basically not going to offer these kind of commissions, full commissions for people, in the void, like at all. Like if you ask me about my commissions from Twitter and you're like, yo, where can I find your comp sheets? Like, coffee. Oh, is that all you do? Do you not do like full commissions? I'll be like, not right now. But if somebody like, you know, that I've worked with that I know from chat says, hey, can we do something like this? I really have this very specific idea and I'm willing to pay for your time to do it and whatever, let's go all the way. Rad. But operating in this territory is like really fun and really the safest for me to not hate my life, I guess. So the idea of doing something like adoptions, I don't know how much less they could be than basically my request rate, because at the end of the day, my request rate is as low as I can kind of get it for hourly without feeling like I'm turning down too much by not going with real commissions. Because I get like on Instagram and TikTok, if I'm posting videos actively, I'm getting around 10 requests for commissions a week, even though I have it listed as closed. So I gotta be really careful and like very, very careful about my time right now and the kind of clients that I pick. So I think I'm gonna stick with coffee. I don't think I'm gonna do like big commissions at any point in time, like big formal commissions back. Maybe probably at the earliest this summer. And again, it'll be the kind of thing where I let you guys know on stream and I never publicly announce it ever. Because it'll be the kind of thing that it's like, if you're not in my Discord and we're not like, you don't know how I work, then let's not even try and get into that. Like, I hate having to do client interviews kind of thing and like talk to a client about, because I've talked to somebody for a little while before I know if they're gonna be a nightmare to work with, which happened a lot when I was doing a lot of big commissions, where it's like, oh, I want this, are you free for it? I'm like, oh yeah, give me a better idea of what you want. And I have to talk to them for a while to be like, are you a psychopath or is this going to be great? But that's just too much work to put in for the potential of commissions or something. So let me scroll up. I think I missed a bunch of shit. And one elf girl with red hair that's D&D-esque. Does this look good? No, I need 75 scratches because 2 battles ago, the time... God damn it. How this comp has been going, I got hit a lot by a sword. Dude, you joke. You joke. But stuff has happened mid-commission process. Someone has signed off. They'd have approved the full-on sketch. They come back like 3 days later and be like, oh, dude, sorry, actually, I got a new armor set. Can we switch the armor set out real quick? No, that's kind of a big that's kind of everything I just did. Yo, you already designed the character. Yeah, you had a short-haired white guy. The other 96% of the commission was the armor set I just designed for you. I'm sorry, dude. So love with Izzy piece you did for me? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm glad. Hit the nail on the head with that for me. Vesper is always vague silhouette with colors, and now she's your drawing solidified. That's such an unbelievable honor for me, Sabine. That is such like like, I don't ever expect anyone to say, Evan, the art that you did is the canonical art for this character in my brain or in the D&D group or whatever. It's a common when somebody says our canonical art for the character is the art you did for our game, but it means something a lot like on another level above that when it's somebody's own personal canonical art of their character that I did. So that's so fucking cool, man. Maybe when people give you references that are less references and more, I need you to try this as it is and slap it on my character. Oh yeah, and that's also that's the difference between pickiness versus specificity. If somebody's specific, I don't mind. If somebody's picky, that's a problem, because it's like that cool, that thing you wanted is cool. Let me try and work with it and get you the same vibe without doing that exact thing, because that's a stupid idea. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna tell you it's a stupid idea because I'm working for you, you know. So of course, why would I tell you it's a dumb idea if you're my precious client, you know? Wait, why can't I scroll in chat? Oh, there we go. 100% hella saving for comp thing for Eldara Canon Izzy. I love my portrait you did. I want a full pic someday, maybe with her at the river, and that's a big project, but it'd be cool, man. I'm so picky about if and when I get commissions from peeps, but if I'm doing that, it means I want a character in their style. I want them to have some artistic license or freedom somewhere. Because like you said, you might do something that I never thought of, and it's how now what I want because it's amazing. Sure, and I think that's like an awesome thing to look for, you know? Like when I'm working with other artists, I want to be amazed and delighted. You know? Like, I don't want the thing that I think I want. I want you to give me something that I didn't know I want. Isn't that the delight? Like the cool, like what's the last cool video game you played? For me, the experience that I was thinking about for this is Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't know shit about Baldur's Gate. It was like early access, some D&D game, whatever. And then when it came out and released, I didn't spoil myself on it at all. I had no idea that I wanted Baldur's Gate so bad. But when Baldur's Gate hit, I was like, yes, give me something I didn't know I wanted. Which is so interesting with a lot of people want. They're like, let me tell you exactly what I want. And it's like, you have no fucking clue what you want. And if you think you know what you want, open yourself up to being surprised and delighted. And I think that's one of the best things you could do as an artist, is you can give somebody something they didn't think that they wanted, but now they fucking want it. And it's like, oh shit, that's really cool for me. That's the juice, as it is. Strip is canon easy for the campaign. Let's go. That's an honor, man. I appreciate it. Actually, genuinely have a stupid idea that doesn't work or is weird or wrong. I want artists to be open and honest with me about it. Yeah, and I mean, like, the thing is, it's like, I don't mind if someone's like, hey, I want you to try something, and sometimes it's, I think it's okay to say as an artist, like, yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work, dude. Man, yeah, 100%. I'll give it a try. Like, this could be pretty cool. Let's see how it goes. And then you're like agonizing over, like, dude, I just can't. Like, I know you have a monk and you want one leg above their head and you want them to be standing on their arm, and while they have a third leg just jutting out with a flail on it. I don't know if they're holding a flail with their toes. Wait, where's the other arm? They have 3 legs and only 1 arm. What the fuck Sebulba ass looking Star Wars villain is this? Like, that's a cool idea, dude. Probably not gonna work. Let me, you know. So, I mean, learning how to like work with clients and how to not hate the process for yourself is really important. Because I'm the kind of person that if I'm having a bad time with a client, I just hate making art. And it's like the one thing I like tell artists about that is to protect your passion. No amount of money is worth, actually that's not true. Not no amount of money. There is an amount of money that's worth you hitting your art. Or evaluation about you hitting your art. It is worth it. Sure. It's like how exposure is worth it. People say don't get paid in exposure. That's absolutely wrong. Just understand what exposure is worth. Right? Seriously understand what exposure is worth. And know what you're worth. And then if you're going to get paid in exposure, if it's worth your time, like, absolutely fucking do stuff to get paid in exposure. Like, that's how internships work, you know, in a lot of ways. Right? But a lot of people don't have that marketing background. They have no idea how CPM works. Right? So when you have somebody that says, hey, I get 1,000 views on my post and I'd like you to do free art for my D&D character. It's like, great, 1,000 views to the D&D crowd or 1,000 impressions. That's worth around $3.75. So, you know, if the project is $375, then you probably need to, you know, 100x that 1,000 views, which, so like if somebody's going to offer you, you know, 1 million views and they're like, hey man, do you want to do art for this thing? I can't pay you, but I can post and guarantee you're going to get 1 million views on it. It's like, oh, okay, that's pretty worth it. But, you know, so there is, if you're going to hate a project and do a big project for somebody because like the money's really good or whatever, like it is worth it. But in general, most projects and most clients are almost as a rule never worth you hating your art and hating the process. So it's very important to know what kind of artist you are. And for me, I'm an artist that does not like to be art directed. I do not enjoy it. I mean, working with actual art directors in the industry is really fun because like they know what they're talking about. But like, I mean, art directed by like, you know, James, the D&D, the barbarian player is like a little tough. For what's worth, I have a D&D character that means the world to me, a VTuber model that means the world to me, and my MC on 14 means the world to me. I can and do draw them all the time, whenever I want. But if I'm getting professional like you to draw stuff for me, I treat it as a godsend theatrical movie poster. You're hilarious. Wait, they aren't all the same character? Oh shit! What do you mean? Yowzer Swank, what's going on, dude? How you been? There's a limit for Orb Cult member redeems. There is. Because the problem is you could just spam it. And some people have. And I see them spam it like 4 times. And I'm like, ha! I know what you're trying to do. Right? So there had to be a limit, unfortunately. You would think, like, what I could do is just say, hey, if you spam and you're annoying, then you just get banned. But then, like, 5 people in our chat will get banned every day. So, you know, that's probably not productive or whatever, but... Oh, shit, wait, it's after 2 p.m. Oh, goddamn. Okay. All right. Then this is as far as we're getting today on our homegirl. So remember, I will not be able to work on pieces that we work on stream outside of stream because I've immediately after this, I'm going for a small walk to get my steppies in. And then I'm jumping back into the other work. I just saw the shoes again and almost lost my shit the same way I did when I saw them in the store for the first time. Anyway... hope you guys had fun today, man. I enjoyed my stay. I want to get a piece from you and any of those 3 girls, literally redhead with insert different ear decorations, but I'm super indecisive regard to which one. I tend to take opportunities like that and be like, hey, I have 3. That's a cool idea. If you have like options, that's really interesting to see whatever like the artist kind of speaks to them or whatever. So let's go, dude. Well, commission to answer the question from a half hour ago, commission's open in March, probably, hopefully. So work's been hell and almost done with your MBA. Dude, that's huge. Congratulations, bro. There's a little Evan, soon to be in May. There'll be a little Evan in May. Ella and I are expecting a little boy. So yeah, man, pretty cool. It's gonna be a big year. It's looking amazing. So excited about her. Dude, no, Brooklyn. Come on, dude. You are my honored client for this, Brooklyn. It is my absolute privilege to be able to draw a character for you, and I really mean that. So, like I said, I am very discerning and picky about who I enjoy working for, and I definitely enjoy working for you. So, yeah, man. So we'll probably pick up where we left off on this tomorrow morning, which would be dope. And then, man, I got 10 days to put in all the work in the world in this stuff tonight. So wish me luck. I'm going to be burning hard. I will say, if I'm getting closer to the deadline and I'm like, dude, I'm not confident that I'm going to hit this without like taking time. There's a chance that I might take some days off next week. Not because of an appointment. I think we only have 1 appointment planned. 1 doctor's appointment for Ella, 1 obstetric related thing. Apparently, if you're pregnant, you have to go to the doctor all the time. They want to like see you for shit. The fuck? Are you worried about your health or something? So I think we only have 1 day next week that I need to be away, but there's a chance that I might be away more next week. If I'm like, guys, I'm getting close to the end of this deadline, I really got to push hard, then I'll see you in a little while. But the ORBATHON shall continue. Thank you for everyone who gifted subs or cheered bits to increase the timer today. Unfortunately, I did not fully take off 4 hours of it, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.